Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the council meeting for Monday, June the 28th. Due to COVID-19 and recommendations by Waterloo Region Public Health to exercise physical distancing, City Hall is only open for select services. Members of the public are invited to participate in this meeting electronically by accessing the meeting live stream video at kitchener.ca/watchnow. While in-person delegation requests are not feasible at this time, members of the public were invited to submit written comments or participate electronically in the meeting by contacting delegation at kitchener.ca. Any written comments received thus far have been circulated prior to the meeting to members of council and will form part of the public record. Tonight, before I read the land acknowledgement, I'd like to say that as we continue to grapple with the recent discovery of over 1,000 unmarked graves found in various residential schools across Canada, I also want to acknowledge that reciting this land acknowledgement is the absolute bare minimum that we can do in the name of reconciliation, though it is an important first step. So as we gather for tonight's meeting, this evening we gather under traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe and Haudenosaunee peoples. We recognize our responsibility to serve as stewards for the land and honor the original caretakers who came before us. Our community is enriched by the enduring knowledge and deep-rooted traditions of the diverse First Nations, Métis, and Inuit in Kitchener today. We'll now invite those who are able to stand for the singing of O Canada. I would ask members of council to turn off their cameras so we don't get any awkward views. And Madam Clerk. Before we begin this evening's meeting, I'd like to read the following statement. As we begin the final regularly scheduled council meeting ahead of City Council's summer break, we do so acknowledging that the weeks that have passed since our last meeting have been difficult for many people in our community and across Canada. During that time, we have learned about several unimaginable tragedies, both the horrific recent reporting of unidentified Indigenous children's bodies in unmarked graves at former residential schools and the cowardly Islamophobic attack on a Muslim family in London. These tragedies further build on the pain we have all lived through over the past 15 months with the COVID-19 pandemic, where we have seen Indigenous, racialized, and socioeconomically disadvantaged residents disproportionately impacted. Later this week, our country will be recognizing Canada's birthday. While usually a day of celebration, this year's observance is particularly somber as Canadians not only mourn the recent horrific discoveries of 215 bodies of students buried at a residential school in Kamloops, an additional 104 bodies found at a residential school in Manitoba, and most recently 751 bodies discovered at the former residential school on the territory of the Cowessess First Nation, but also prepare themselves for countless more horrific findings as outlined in the Truth and Reconciliation report. As someone who is a first-generation immigrant to this country, settlers such as my family came to Canada over the last several hundreds of years because of many of the good things that Canada has done around the world. We recognize that some of our neighbors will want to commemorate the day safely with family and friends. But for others, celebration will be difficult as their daily lives are impacted by intergenerational trauma, systemic racism, and discrimination. While there has been much good in Canada's story, we must acknowledge that these tragedies are sadly a reminder of the horrific parts of our country's history and current day realities, and underscore the long-standing need to reflect, heal, and come together with Indigenous people in solidarity and in the spirit of truth and reconciliation. As Indigenous History Month comes to an end, we all must acknowledge how Indigenous peoples have suffered from historic injustices as a result of their colonization, their ongoing oppression, and the racism upon which many of our institutions have been built. Last week, we marked the 25th historic anniversary of National Indigenous Peoples Day. And in the weeks and months ahead, we encourage all of you to learn about and acknowledge the realities of Canada's history and all forms of racism that still exist in individuals, systems, and institutions. This includes learning about and recognizing the important contributions that First Nations, Inuit, and Métis people have made in our city and nation. We encourage all Kitchener residents to take time and learn about the devastating history of the residential school system and the Truth and Reconciliation Commission calls to action. On Wednesday of this week, take time to listen as radio stations across Canada will mark the end of National Indigenous History Month by coming together for a day to listen. This unprecedented initiative, in partnership with the Gord Downie and Cheney Wenjack Fund, will amplify the voices of Indigenous people across Canada. Stories from and interviews with Indigenous community leaders, elders, residential school survivors, and others will be featured from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. on June 30th. And go forward, we all can also support an Indigenous business or artist at the National Indigenous Peoples Day Marketplace, make a donation to a local Indigenous organization, or to someone like the Woodland Culture Center's Save the Evidence campaign. Tonight, we acknowledge that we have a long way to go and the path forward is not a straight one. As we have learned over the past year, the work we have embarked on is complex, uncomfortable, and requires critical reflection on how power is distributed in our organization and institutions. In closing, I want to leave the final words to Elder Little Brown Bear, a colleague of the City of Kitchener's new Director of Equity, Anti-Racism, and Indigenous Initiatives, Suzanne Charles Watson. More than ever, reconciliation and healing demands attention to ongoing issues of injustice, violence, and racism in our cities, towns, and communities. I've been asked by many what they can do. I offer these humble words. Take time to reflect on the needs of the individuals, the families, the communities, and the nations. We ask that you provide support, positive actions, active listening, and commitment in following through with what is said is going to be done, will be done without excuses, will help on the journey path to healing that we are all on. And now I would ask everyone to pause for a minute of quiet reflection. Thank you very much. I want to ask if there are any pecuniary interests regarding matters listed on the agenda. I do note that Councillor Johnson did identify that she was going to be declaring one, but she won't, she's had a personal situation come up and won't be able to join us for council this evening. I don't see any others. So with that, please take note of the communications referred to file with respect to the one flag request. There are no presentations, and we'll move into delegations. I do want to remind delegations that they have 5 minutes to make their presentation. I would ask council to ask for questions of clarification with respect to any delegations and limit it to that. We have over 17 delegations this evening, so this will take a while, but we obviously value and appreciate all of the input we're going to be hearing this evening, and want to make sure that we give everyone the opportunity to state their views and perspectives on the issues before us. So with that, I will move to 7.8.1, which is clause 1 of the Heritage Kitchener Advisory Committee report. And we have, I guess first we'll be hearing from Tyler Ulmer on behalf of Momentum Developments. And I understand there's a PowerPoint presentation to go with that.
With the chair's approval, I'll take the first minute of Tyler Ulmer's time. I'm Seth Yitzi.
Sure, go ahead, Mr. Yitzi.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Seth Yitzi, and I'm a partner with Momentum Developments. As we only have one 5-minute opportunity to address you, I ask that you consider the needs and the wants of our whole community, beyond that of any one well-organized single-issue group and its many delegates. The conversation tonight is not only about heritage. As correctly stated in the staff report, it's about working collaboratively and achieving a balance between the many competing interests that are at play. Unfortunately, much of the debate has descended into divisive language and the creation of a narrative that pits interest groups against each other. I'm extremely proud and excited by the proposal, or our proposal, and the new life that it will breathe into an old building and a part of town that can really use this kind of investment. It's about bringing people together, and that's exactly why 20 Queen is the right place for this development. Incorporating Gowdy's Lane, the new and improved Queen Street and Greens, it invites people in mass into the building, into a public amenity space that will showcase the interior heritage aspects of this great building and celebrate new heritage as a home for the arts. So with that, I'll turn it to my colleague, Tyler, who will take us through our PowerPoint slide.
Thanks, Seth. So I'll just be talking about our development as a whole and how it protects heritage and how it's a good thing for this city and at this location. So next slide, please. So our proposal, to start out, when we first started working on this project, we had in-place zoning, and our proposal uses as-of-right zoning. And on top of that, there's no designation on the property. What we are proposing is a 238-unit building with a mix of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units that will give us a mix of residents from young professionals to downsizers and to families. Part of our proposal is conserving heritage, which I'll touch on later. We also have a 2,800 square foot community benefit space, and we encourage active transit. This is a good project, and we're able to reinvigorate the heritage of the property and create an arts district in our core. So this proposal was made with a conscious decision to align with the City of Kitchener's strategic plan and business plan, and I'm going to get into why next. Next slide, please. So thoughtful heritage preservation. To start off, our proposal is consistent with the findings in the heritage impact assessment. And this is not just facadism. It is the thoughtful maintenance and preservation and integration of significant interior and exterior heritage attributes. On top of that, as part of our proposal, when we realized that there was important heritage in this building, we tried to bring on heritage advocates, including the ACO. And prior to our proposal being submitted, we toured members of the ACO through the building and had various positive conversations, mostly regarding post-construction designation. On top of that, there seems to be a lot of talk about other development opportunities. We've explored numerous different approaches, and it is clear that this is the only one that allows us to protect heritage while invigorating our core and doing a good project. Next slide, please. So inclusionary heritage. So as identified in the HIA, there are numerous interior elements that are of heritage value. But right now they have no community value as they are in a private building that is closed to the public. Our plan is to move those elements down to the main floor into a community benefit space that is publicly accessible. And this will add value to those attributes by allowing people to actually interact with them and see the heritage of our city. The reinterpretation of heritage elements protects it. It brings life into those elements and ensures its conservation. And that's something that not doing development will not provide. We really want to take an inclusionary approach to this and provide heritage for all of our community and into a more inclusive and diverse future. Next slide, please. So the community benefit space. So this is something that is in Kitchener's strategic plan. It has a value of 1.5 million, and we will be spending 250,000 to build it out. We are also committed to the programming of this space. Next slide, please. So the affordable housing strategy. Right now, there's no requirements on this site for us to do affordable housing, but it's important to us, and we want to set an example of how to do this since we're in a housing crisis, and within that, an affordable housing crisis. So in this building, we have 238 units, 21 of which will meet the region's affordability criteria. We will also be providing a $500,000 donation and partnership with a local not-for-profit that will provide supportive housing. And that's how we're hitting both sides of the affordability spectrum. Next slide, please. So climate strategy. Our development attempts to address the City of Kitchener strategic plan for the environment. The main focus of that being that through the development on this site in particular, we were able to save over the equivalent of 1,100 homes yearly carbon emissions. Next slide, please. So here are some points on why this is good development to the City of Kitchener. Like I said before, we are maintaining the heritage of the exterior and the interior elements. On top of that, we will be paying over 5.8 million in development charges. Like I said earlier, we're saving the equivalent of 1,100 homes yearly of carbon emissions. It'll create over 1.3 million in yearly tax revenue. We have a $500,000 partnership to build supportive housing. It'll also create 585 to 785 jobs in the region. And on top of that, we have a community space that will be publicly accessible. It's over 2,800 square feet and has a market value of 1.5 million. Next slide, please.
Mr. Elmer, if I can ask you to start wrapping up.
Sure. So designating the building interior and exterior will eliminate any development potential. We are asking for a vote against designation of the building as recommended by staff in their report. And we are supportive of a designation and heritage easement post redevelopment.
Okay, thank you. Thank you to both of you for your presentation. We do have some questions for you, Councillor Davey.
Thank you, Tyler, for your presentation. It's really noted in your presentation that you are really trying to respect the heritage attributes at the same time asking us not to designate it till afterwards. So I think it's important that we need to be clear to the community council's intentions. I intend to bring forward a motion later in this item, which would actually intend to designate the external building, the external structure. I am notably leaving out anything internal at this moment because I understand that there isn't total clarity in that. So question number one is, if the external portion is designated, I understand the moment that the developer comes back to have a demo permit issued, it would come back to council again for final approval. So my question to you is, if we move ahead with the external designation now, and would Momentum be willing to work with our city staff to determine and itemize those internal elements that can be saved for the community space?
Thanks, Councillor Davey. great point. We would definitely be very supportive of that and willing to work with staff. It's been great working with them so far. It really just creates an extra step where we have to get a heritage permit before getting a building or demolition permit, but we'd be very willing to do that.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Thank you, Councillor David. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Tyler, through your presentation, you focused brunt of it, of course, of the future intentions of your client or yourself. Again, the council is not deciding tonight on the merits of the development. It's primarily on the heritage component of this building. The question of should the building be designated or not. Could you focus more so in context of potential future development? That's not yet determined from this council's perspective yet, but potential future development of what conservation will be of the facade, the very least. So the character of the building is still saved for posterity. And again, I think that hopefully speaks to the concerns that have been raised by members of the community.
Yeah, Councillor saying that's a good point too. So we will be maintaining the front facade and several meters of either return, where it's the classical style Beaux-Art brick. It's very important to us to keep that. It really gives Queen Street a unique, intimate character that isn't seen on many other streets in downtown Kitchener. And then on top of that, just elements of the interior, a designation of the interior would not allow us to modify the building, but we believe that bringing them down to the main floor allows us to keep those elements and keep that heritage and that history of the building.
Will there be an admiration of the building as any future development or reuse of that building? Would there be any commemoration as part of saving some aspect of the facade? So the look carries on, but will there be some commemoration to the past history of the building as well?
Yeah, definitely. That's really the theme of our community benefit space. We're considering naming it after the architect, and a big focus of the community space will be identifying the property's history and giving some context to the elements that are placed inside of it.
Okay, well, look forward to seeing future context of the development, and thank you for your comments. That helps to ease my concern, at least, to the preservation of the heritage of this building. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Chapman.
Thank you. My first question is actually for Seth, and I'd like to know, he said that what we've created here is interest groups going against each other. I'd like further clarification on that.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. What I'm referencing by that is much of the online discussion that has been happening over the course of the last 2 weeks. There's many Facebook pages, Instagram posts with some quite negative dialogue back and forth. And so what I'm asking is, or what we're presenting is, we believe it's a middle position already being presented here, where we are strongly protecting the heritage aspects of this building. And so we're asking people to watch their rhetoric, and it's important because there are consequences to how we speak to one another, and that's what I'm asking for everyone to do.
Okay.
Even if we disagree.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the ACO, and I know I posted announcing this event today, and maybe 3 people from the ACO actually chimed in. So, and there were hundreds of posts. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Can I respond to that?
Sure.
My comment was not directed at the ACO.
Okay.
I can be very clear with that. My comment about was about many of the delegates. When the list initially went out, there were 7 delegation groups listed, and they were all either affiliated or connected in one way with the ACO. So that was my reason for mentioning that. But I have no issue with the ACO. I met for 2 hours with a member, Carl Kessler, today of the ACO. He's a great family friend. We had a great discussion. We disagree on the future of this building, but it's about that civic conversation.
Right. And I think that's what we've got here, which is why I think this is so important. My second question has to do with the affordable housing units that you're proposing. What is the price on those units?
Sure, good question. So we are using provincial guidelines that are made for the region. They put out a affordable housing table. And we are working off those guidelines. They have an equation that goes along with it. And then on top of that, we also have the $500,000 partnership with a not-for-profit to build supportive housing. Our goal with that was to hit both ends of the affordability spectrum. The $500,000 partnership going towards deeply affordable, low to no income housing that requires additional support, and the other end going towards people that aren't able to get into the market. But as you stated, there's no requirement for us to do that. We've been heavily involved in the region's inclusionary zoning report. So we are fairly familiar with where they're going with that. But for that, for our pricing, we're just looking for the provincial guidelines.
So I think when we met earlier this week, you talked about $368,000 was the affordable, the price of the affordable units?
According to the 2020 provincial housing table for the region of Waterloo, that number is correct.
So that's the number you're working off of.
Yeah, we'll be below that number.
Okay, and finally, $500,000, it would go to as affordable housing provider. Was that Menlo Homes? Is that one of your options, or is that what you're going with?
We don't want to comment on the exact name, but we have a partnership in place with them. And just as the deals get worked out, we will publicly announce that and make it clear for everyone. They are a group that is currently building supportive housing in the city of Kitchener. And part of the rationale behind the $500,000 partnership with them is just the number of units that they can build for that amount of money versus the amount of units we can provide in our building for that amount of money. We've done the math and it's almost 10x. So we could provide 5 units versus them being able to provide 50.
So you figure for $500,000, you can provide 50 units?
No.
Okay. How many approximately do you think you would get?
It depends so much project to project, but to the nature of financing and leverage, it multiplies.
Okay, those are my questions. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Tyler, your final page of your presentation sets out a number of benefits to our community. Is it not possible to have all those same benefits and still retain the entire building and not just part of the shell?
Thank you, Councillor Gazzola, for that question. That is definitely not possible. Those benefits that we are able to provide because of our development, they're not something we can provide without our development. As I said earlier, we've taken a few different approaches at this, and those are things that we're able to provide because we're doing this project. Any other alternatives do not provide those.
Is the $500,000 gift tied totally into your project here, or is it something that you will? Is it something that you will be giving regardless of the outcome this evening?
The $500,000 partnership is on behalf of this project. It does not exist without this project.
So is it part of the cost of the project? Is that coming out of the profits of the project, or is that being added to the cost of the people who are buying units in the project?
It is coming out of the profits on our end of the project. It's an additional cost.
Thank you.
Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. Thanks, Tyler, for your presentation. I just have one question. Ultimately, with the Heritage Committee, and I sit on the Heritage Committee, as you know, we want to keep this building intact. It's one of the few treasures that we have left in the city. And I read somewhere that in Toronto, a developer was building on top of homes or buildings that were built in the early 1900s, I think. And there was 3 of them, and they were using those as the platform, as the base of the build. Do you know anything about that project? And is that something that you considered or would it be possible?
Definitely familiar with a few projects that had things like that. Our structural engineer was actually involved in a I don't know if it's the specific project. There's a few different reasons on why we can't do that here. First off, Toronto, they build significantly higher, and they also sell for $1,500 a square foot, which is definitely not going to help our affordability. On top of that, it's also very rare that they don't also do significant work to the interior. If you look at most of those projects, most of them are interior gut with the with the tower kind of placed on stilts above it, but that's not something that's possible here. We also have contamination to deal with, which adds some added complexity. And then if you just start factoring in things like elevators, mechanical chases, and HVAC, there's really no way to protect the interior. And that's why we really believe that what we're proposing is the best thing for heritage. And it's able to protect the heritage that's in the building now and allow us to build some housing.
And I think it was your partner that talked to Carl Kessler. Is that the relative that he said he had if I could ask that question? Yeah, if I could ask you a question. When you were on, is it Tyler or this is Zeph? Sorry, I don't know.
I'm Seth Yitzi.
Sorry, Zeph. Okay,
That's
sorry.
okay.
When you were meeting with Carl and you talked about, taking different attributes out of the or elements out of the certain floors and bringing them down to the main floor, can I ask you what he thought of that whole concept?
I think Carl's a delegate, so you'll have the
Okay,
opportunity
so I'll
to
ask
ask
him.
him.
All right, fair enough.
And
Okay,
I just want to respect the private conversation that I was trying to have with a close family friend.
fair enough. Okay, thank you.
I can kind of add to that question.
Okay,
So I toured members of the Heritage Committee through the building.
I'm sure I
and,
couldn't go. I didn't get there. Yes. Okay. Yeah.
That's okay. Yeah. So on top of that, we toured members of the ACO, several counselors. We put it out to all counselors offering to tour, and then we also toured city staff, which was very good. So just on moving things down to the main floor, the Heritage Committee members said that they and several other members of the committee have no problem with that. They don't want to see it preserved and I think preserved in resin was the wording. They'd rather see it moved down to the main floor, and that it's not really doing anything right now where it is or as it is.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Ulmer and Mr. Yutzi. Appreciate you coming in this evening. Our next delegation is Sandra Parks. Welcome, Ms. Parks.
Hi. There we go. Okay. I just have to get back to my notes. There we go. Thank you for letting me speak today. Hi, my name is Sandra Parks. I'm speaking on behalf of the Architectural Conservancy of Ontario North Waterloo Region Branch. We support Heritage Kitchener's motion to begin the designation process for 16 to 20 Queen Street North. We at ACO are concerned with the exponential increase in the number and frequency of threats to properties which have existing heritage status, individual designations, those located in heritage conservation districts, and listed properties like this one. Slide 2, please. We live in one of the fastest growing areas in Canada, and the resultant development boom is bringing dramatic change to our urban environment. More projects are going up now in the core than were built in the previous 25 years. The last growth management strategy report to council showed we are well on our way to achieving official plan targets. One important component of the strategy is conserving and enhancing our natural and cultural heritage resources. Growth management without losing the character that makes our city unique. Slide 3, please. Kitchener has over 65,000 individual properties, but only 220 are listed on the Municipal Heritage Register, 1,000 are located in heritage conservation districts, and just 86 are individually designated. Many are threatened with redevelopment. Help us protect what little we have left. We're not asking that development or intensification stop. The evolution of development in our city, the coming of the railroad, factory construction, downtown commercial buildings, new subdivisions is part of our heritage. We support measures to protect our precious farmland, and Kitchener has introduced some innovative ways to do just that, like the recent tiny houses initiative. And we certainly support a range of affordable housing options for everyone. Ensuring that municipally owned property sold to developers must include a minimum number of affordable units is one way to do that. As University of Waterloo professor Brian Doucette said in today's record, it's rather disingenuous to use affordable housing as a reason to assess whether this building should be preserved or demolished. Development, intensification, affordable housing can all go hand in hand with built heritage protection. It's not an either-or scenario. As Seth said, it's unfortunate that we've been pitted once against the other over scraps from the developer's table. We're simply asking that properties already given heritage status by this community, especially the best ones as this building is, be protected, not allowed to be at all to be changed or demolished. When the developer purchased this property, they knew it was listed. Every time one developer is allowed to damage a heritage building, 10 more line up to buy protected properties, thinking they can get away with it too. Slide 4, please. In their heritage impact assessment, the developer's heritage consultant stated over and over again, the property is worthy of designation under the Ontario Heritage Act, or worthy of long-term protection for its physical quality. They evaluated the property according to provincial regulation and found that it meets 7 of a possible 9 criteria for determining whether it is of cultural heritage value. Only 1 is required to initiate the designation process. Slide 5, please. Approved by Council in 2015, the Heritage Best Practices Report proposed the city be more proactive in designating identified cultural heritage resources, like listed properties. Designation provides a process for ensuring that changes to a heritage property are appropriately managed and respect the property's cultural heritage value. So designation won't mean no development on this site, just that it must follow Kitchener's process. We're asking you to do the right thing and begin the intent to designate process tonight. The 2003 Ontario Divisional Court decision in the case of Tremblay v. Lakeshore held that requiring the owner's consent before considering the designation of a property was not consistent with the intent of the Ontario Heritage Act. Though it may be a backroom understanding, this cannot be an official policy of the City of Kitchener. Council must give unique consideration to each proposal that comes before it. Waiting for notice of intention to demolish will take the final decision out of the hands of council. And trying to get concessions from the developer through the site plan process means no public consultation. Losing the context of individual heritage attributes is the same as destroying their heritage value. We're worried about losing the character that makes our city unique, especially when we can't protect our very best buildings like 16 to 20 Queen Street North. Each community gets the heritage it deserves. That depends on the political will of council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have some questions for you. First is Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, no, my question is just for clarification. Ms. Parks, could you explain the difference for those of us who may not know between a property that's listed versus a property that's designated?
You should probably ask your heritage planner. That they would probably give you the best advice. But just from my own experience, property that is listed has interim protection on it, such as a longer timeline for getting a demolition permit, and the requirement of a heritage impact assessment for any planning application. Whereas a designated property is designated by bylaw. The bylaw is attached to the deed of the property, and then as part of the bylaw, there's a cultural heritage statement that talks about the value of the property, and it lists individual heritage elements. And in the case of this motion, there are interior as well as exterior elements. I believe the City of Kitchener has 86 designated properties right now, and 13 of those have some interior elements that are designated.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gazzola.
Yes, Sandra, thank you for coming in and participating this evening. You have brought some very interesting knowledge to the table. For example, the fact that this building meets 7 of the 9 required qualifications to have it designated. What qualifications do you have to speak about this heritage situation?
I assume, Councillor Gazzola, you're asking this for everyone else's benefit, right?
Yes.
I was a Municipal Heritage Advisory Committee member in the town of Southampton for 7 years. Then I was the heritage planner for the city of Owen Sound for 23 years. And then my final 2 years, I was a heritage planner for the city of Kitchener and retired in 2017. And just to let you know, my first job was with the city of Kitchener as well as a playground leader back in the 70s.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your service as an employee and also as a volunteer in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Thank you, Sandra, for your presentation. I am just curious, can you clarify? You said there was just over 1,300 different heritage, I forget can you tell me, are the listed properties included in that number?
Yes, there are 220 listed properties, about 1,000 in heritage conservation districts, and 86 are individually designated under Part 4 of the Ontario Heritage Act.
Yeah, so I remember when that report that you were quoting in your presentation came forward, and I was hopeful at that time that we would be seeing more designations coming forward. And can you tell me, do you have any insight as to why we have not seen that happen?
Part of it is just having a long experience as a municipal heritage planner. Part of it is my 4 years since retirement as a heritage advocate. And I believe that, I'm going to be blunt here. I believe that Heritage Kitchener and heritage planning staff are a little worried about bringing designations to council because of the council may then not take them seriously when they bring other initiatives to council. So I believe that backroom understanding that I mentioned is something that that sort of pervades staff, that we only designate when a property owner wants designation. But unfortunately, in the case of some of our most important buildings, council is the final say in whether a property is designated. As long as you start the process tonight. If you wait until after July 1st and the property owner appeals a future request or designation process, the decision will be out of your hands, and it will go to the Ontario Land Tribunal hands.
Mm-hmm.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor. I think just in that last statement, I think there's a lot of conjecture in that response as to assessing what our the assumption of what our staff's rationale is on bringing a property forward for designation or the slow in the process. I just want to point that out. I think the leap of
order. I think I have the floor, and I understand a point of order can be interrupting, but come on, I mean that's for members of council, not for
Councillor Marsh. He was entitled to have, he was entitled to have a point of order on the procedure, but I would agree that that is something to be debated more amongst members of council.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. I apologize, Sandra, for putting you on the spot. I don't mean to put you in an awkward position. Being a former employee, that's not really fair. I just was really genuinely trying to understand a little bit better, but I think that's a longer conversation. So at any rate, I really think that if the community is, I'll save my comments for later. Anyway, thank you so much for coming in.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thanks, Mayor Verbanovic, and thanks, Sandra, for coming in. Being that you were a former member of Heritage Kitchener and on the planning staff, maybe you can give me a better perspective on what the difference is with this property compared to the Huck building, and why was that okay? And if I recall correctly, I think you were on staff at that time. So can you give me a better understanding why that property is any different than this one?
Actually, I had just retired when that property started to be developed, though I had conversations with the previous owner, Mr. Huck, and he was adamant that the property had 0 heritage status. So when the owners, and I believe it's Momentum, purchased the property and started to develop it, there was no heritage status on the property. And being smart developers that they are, they realized that people, millennials or whoever, want to have brick and beam offices. So they decided to keep as much as possible of the Huck Glove factory, and build around it, above it and around it. And at the time, I still think that was the best option for that building, because it had no heritage status to begin with. We decided long ago that this building, 20 Queen Street North, had at least enough heritage status to be listed. And as part of the best practices report, it should have been one of those properties that moved forward on the designation list, but it didn't. So here we are today.
But Sandra, if you were on staff, then you would have known that it was a big push for that property to be designated, and it didn't get designated because of whatever the reasons were at that time. So I just think that there should be some better clarification with regards to why that development was okay and now this one isn't. That's all.
Councillor Ioannidis, it's not Ms. Parks's role to identify
Thank
that.
you, Mayor Urbanovic.
It's not Councillor Ioannidis, it's not Ms. Parks's role to identify as a former staff person why that building was or wasn't designated.
It's okay. That's okay, Mayor Urbanovic. She brought up that
Councillor Ioannidis.
municipal background.
Okay, Councillor Ioannidis. Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Sandra, for coming in. I'd just like to get your perspective on the thought of preserving heritage features and featuring them in the community space where they could be seen by the public.
One of the 8 guiding principles of heritage conservation that's outlined in the Ontario Heritage Toolkit is that context is very important. So if we take those individual elements from any of the floors of the existing building and we move them into the main floor as art or interpretive items or however you want to describe it, you lose the context, and therefore you lose much of the heritage value of those things. And then the other aspect of it is, what will happen to the things that are salvaged but not put in the main floor space? I think they have plans to put some in the lobbies, which if that's what goes forward, that's great. But I could see them, being sold at Artifacts or on Kijiji or wherever. So I'm not in favor of. I'm in favor of interior designation as where they are now.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Singh, you have a follow-up question?
Yeah, Miss Parks. So you answered part what my question was going to be about preservation of key attributes of the inside of the building. But if the building were to be heritage, designated heritage, it may not have access to by the public, who can have the benefit of viewing those very, very attributes. And while being able to conserve, if the developer is willing to have community space and there is a reflection of those key attributes of the building, doesn't that give a better community benefit overall to respect to the heritage as opposed to designating and allowing no access?
I believe you'll hear this later in one of the other presentations, but this property was part of Waterloo Region Doors Open in 2012, and 600 people went through the property. So there have been people recently that have seen it, and quite often with designated properties, the municipality encourages them to be part of things like Doors Open, where there is public access to the interior of buildings. If the property is designated inside and out, and inside, it doesn't have to be everything, but key features, things that are very representative of the decoration, let's say, of the inside, those might be the public spaces of the condo, the lobby. If they still want a community space on the main floor, then they should be able to save some of the heritage attributes in situ, so that people can see them as they actually were at that time. Perhaps, there are offices on the second or third floor where right now they've got condo units, but maybe they want commercial units that then would have customers coming in to seeing some of those architectural elements.
Senator, that would be dependent on how they want to build it. So again, your understanding about heritage and the planning policies are far better than mine. So I'm a bit confused. You reference open doors. Are you saying that the planning policy, if a property is designated heritage, the municipality can force the property owner to allow public access?
No. But what the municipality has done in a few cases where we put heritage easements on those properties, we've encouraged the property owners to be part of Doors Open or some other similar type of public event, so that people from the community can have a look at, say, the interior of something. So it's not a hard and fast policy, but it has been suggested to designated properties before.
Okay, but it's not, the municipality cannot force. It's more of a request.
Unless they make it as part of a condition. So you could make that as part of the site plan condition.
Okay, well, I'll try to inquire more from staff then. Thank you.
Okay, those appear to be all the questions. Thank you very much, Ms. Parks.
Thank you very much.
Our next delegation is Susan Burke. Welcome, Ms. Burke.
I can't see myself. Oh, there I am. Will they show me what it looks like?
Welcome, Ms. Burke.
Mhm.
You can start.
Thank you. It was the fall of 1980 when I drove into town to assume my position as restoration curator of Kitchener's 1816 Joseph Schneider House. I came relatively well prepared. I'd been involved in other restoration projects in New Brunswick and Ontario. And although I was new to Kitchener, I felt that my degree in German and my year teaching in the German school system abroad would serve me well for the challenge ahead. That day, I took a drive down King Street and was pleasantly surprised to find that the center of town still retained many good period buildings in relatively stable condition. Kitchener's Main Street study, recently completed by the federal government for cities across Canada, filled in the historical details for me. One of the challenges of my new job was finding artisans capable of replicating 19th century skills and techniques, carpenters, blacksmiths, plasterers, painters, and the like. Amazingly, as the restoration proceeded, I found them. Excellent artisans, most of German descent, some recent immigrants from Germany who I knew would have had to complete 7 long years in the Volksschule to be allowed to practice their trade. The completed restoration would certainly be a testimony to the skills of Kitchener's craftspeople. The Schneider House was a special case because of its early date and the remarkable state of its preservation, but assuredly, few buildings with a history can become museums. Stories can be told in different ways. It was clear to me that the plethora of industrial buildings and workers' housing in the downtown reflected the prosperous, busy Berlin of my research. And I was lucky enough to find a house for myself that was built by the owner of one of those furniture factories, the Berlin Interior Hardwood Company. I was unable to find other examples of its product line, however. In 2012, Doors Open located an office building downtown that was remarkably intact inside and out. Built for the Economical Fire Insurance Company in 1916, a century after the Schneider House, it showcased the excellent craftsmen of the German artisans of their era. Caspar Braun's decorative plasterwork, the handsome oak paneling and furniture from Sass & Ford's Berlin Interior Hardwood Company, all encased in the beautifully articulated Beaux-Arts building designed by local architects, again, W.E. Schmaltz and Charles Nechto. The early 20th century was a time when the community was still intensely Germanic, and the Berliners who came and went through the portals of the Economical were preserving a culture that was virtually under siege. So Economical's leaders became Berlin's leaders, generating energy and enthusiasm for the one thing that most closely associated the German identity, singing and music of all kinds. So this is the first slide. The W.H. Schmaltz, who is the gentleman on the bottom left-hand corner there, the architect's father and Economical's president, became president of the Berlin Music Society, heading up major musical events in town, such as the popular Sängerfest. Next slide, please. Areas in the new building were relegated to George Ziegler's Conservatory of Music. Notice the door on the right, where there is a stair leading up to the second story. Slide, please. It was here that Ziegler gave lessons in piano, violin, vocal music, even elocution. In 1925, he became the bandmaster for the Kitchener Music Society and conducted the 29th Regimental Band. Next slide, please. So there'd be plenty of comings and goings by band leaders and friends from Ziegler's conservatory in those days. Next slide, please. The band was popular, marching in countless parades and traveling to other communities by train. Next slide. The band members became ambassadors, spreading the reputation of Kitchener's musical achievements far and wide. Next slide. The Music Society encouraged participation for the whole family. Ziegler organized a ladies' band that would become world-renowned. And he developed one for the boys. Next slide, please. The boys are photographed here, camped out in Victoria Park. The Economical, a well-known and respected institution from 1871, was perfectly positioned to take a leadership role in encouraging the musical arts. Their handsome new 1916 building quickly became a cultural hub, a meeting place for music lovers and learners. To demonstrate the interior, to demolish the interior spaces of this significant building would leave a great gap in our understanding of one of the major cultures that founded our Twin Cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Burke. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Chapman.
Yes, thank you for the history lesson.
You're welcome.
Yeah, so can you tell us of any other buildings that that are significance in the downtown core or beyond that are connected in some way or other? I understand City Hall was built by the same builder. Are there any others that you're familiar with? Not our current City Hall, but the long demolished City Hall.
Oh, City Hall. Yes. The architect was Schmaltz, Schmaltz the Younger, we called him. It was built in 1924, and obviously didn't last the century. However, this one, built in 1916, has and is well worthy of our retention total, front, inside and out.
But there are no other buildings like it that would sort of give us that same heritage context that you're familiar with. I mean, you may not know, but
not really, and certainly not of that time period, and not as complete as this building is. It's amazing. It's
right.
Yes, yeah, and it's important that all of those parts of the building that are so representative of the craftspeople, that they be retained and be retained in context, not moved from place or into another type of a museum setting where they lose their context.
Right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Great. Thanks so much for coming in, Ms. Burke. Appreciate your evening.
Good to see you all.
Our next delegation this evening is Martin de Groot. Welcome, Martin.
Hi. Thanks. I'm here. I got to look for my text here. Hang on a sec. Okay, I'm here as an engaged citizen to offer some thoughts about what I realize is a difficult decision for you here tonight. People like me who care about the future of the former Queen Street Conservatory in its entirety know the odds are stacked against us, but we also know that when this is gone, it can never be replaced. Everyone knows our track record here in this city with regard to our built heritage is deplorable, but I'm also hopeful because things are changing. This is 2021, not 1973. We know better today. I'm speaking to you from within walls that have been standing since 1879. And I'm confident that, like the building that I'm in now, 20 Queen Street North can be put to good public use for another century or more. I'm certain that when all the options are fully explored, we can find a combination that would be better for all concerned, including the developers. My message to you is please, please help balance our chances for saving this treasure by approving the heritage designation recommended by your advisory committee. This needn't be a final decision. We all know that designations can be overruled and rescinded and ignored, but a designation here tonight would be allowing us time to work together, time for that civil conversation, time to come up with a solution. And it will also be giving us, the people who care, the encouragement we'll need to carry on with the work, which, regardless of what's decided here tonight, has only just begun. I'm here because I was dismayed to hear that the plan is to leave us with another architectural souvenir, like the bits of the eternally lamented old City Hall that are scattered around the downtown. It's a miracle that 20 Queen Street North has survived more than a century in such excellent condition, and keeping only the facade of this truly wondrous structure would be an outrage and a shame. I was also motivated to speak here tonight by the talk that Professor Rick Haldenby of Waterloo Architecture presented a couple of weeks ago. In his talk, he surveyed this city's development over the last 60, 70 years with emphasis on the phenomenal growth that's happening right now. He didn't speak to oppose growth or to decry the condo mania or to advocate radical heritage protection, but simply to say, hey, these are massive changes underway, and we really need to step back for a moment and think about what we're doing. We need to ask ourselves, what kind of city are we building? So I think I'm proposing we all go on that walking tour that Professor Haldenby and Susan Burke have put together. People from Momentum too, come along, let's work on this. Let's take some time and consider the situation in the broadest context and survey all the possibilities. Personally, I'm interested in practical, homegrown Kitchener, Waterloo country purposes and solutions, and they can be relatively modest in scale, like the Registry Theatre, Globe Studios, Empty Space, Neruda Arts, Interarts Matrix, Multicultural Cinema Club, Kafka, Open Ears, Lost and Found, Greenlight Arts, or going back before my time, the KW Art Gallery and that legendary bicycle sheds. This community excels in these kind of projects. And we can also consider those grander undertakings that exemplify the spirit of this region, like the University of Waterloo idea from 60 plus years ago, or the School of Architecture in the heart of historic Galt, or down the road a piece, the idea of starting a Shakespearean festival to revive an ailing railroad center. So please vote to designate this building in order to give us time to consider, time to imagine, time to develop some ideas, to make some plans. There's no risk. If we're entering a dead end on keeping the building intact, we'll know soon enough. But if that happens, what we imagine and what we plan will still be relevant. So the odds may be against us, but nothing we're setting out to do here will be a wasted effort. We just need that time and a balanced discussion table to have that civic conversation that I fully agree is what's called for here.
Thank you, Mr. De Groot. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Martin, for your presentation. I struggle with the way that we are being asked to designate heritage at this 11th hour, when heritage advocates, and which I very much value, are helping us to see the value now, rather than like, I don't know, 5 years ago, 10 years ago. Can you help me understand, what do you think we should do about that going forward, regardless of this building? I'm trying to understand, if we had had this conversation before a developer was before us looking to do something with the building, I think the conversation would be very different.
Sure, but it's never too late, and the building is there intact right now, and the decision is now. I've always admired this building, although I was never quite as aware as I am now of just how special it is. But we had conversations. When Ron Doyle bought the building, he told me how much he paid for it. We talked back and forth about the kind of things we could do for it, and those things are still on my mind. So it's not like we ignored it altogether. People have watched it, people care, but and I think it's just not too late.
I hear you. Okay, well, I mean, yeah, when I got a chance to go through it the first time, I also I thought it was beautiful and amazing. But yeah, if we're serious about designation, then we shouldn't wait, should we? Should we wait till the 11th hour?
No, designate it now. This is the 11th hour.
Yeah.
There's only one now. We can't go back.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Michaud.
Thank you, Martin, for your presentation. I have a question for you. I found that a lot of the homes that are designated are on the heritage list, and people can't afford to upkeep them, to keep them up to where they need to be. So if we designated this building now, what would you suspect would happen from this point?
Well, I'm very optimistic. And I actually think this kind of thing is the future, because it's not just like an odd little group of people doing heritage things on their own. There's going to be a convergence of these things, the environmental concerns, the social concerns, and it all fits. So I think we'll quickly see momentum behind a plan of some sort. The last thing anybody wants to see is something designated and then it stands there while we watch it fall apart, like we did the Preston Springs Hotel. And we'll know when we're on the wrong track, when we're lost. And then I'll be the first to come back to council and say, rescind that designation, let the bulldozers do their work, because we give up. There's no hope here. But there is hope right now. And this is the best time, the absolute best time for undertaking something like this, coming out of the pandemic and all of that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And those appear to be all of the questions we have. So thank you for coming in this evening, Mr. De Groot.
Thank you so much.
Our next delegation is Mr. Carl Kessler. Welcome, Mr. Kessler.
Thank you. I'm just fixing my settings. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Thank you.
No worries.
I'm Carl Kessler. I coordinated the annual Doors Open Waterloo region from 2003 through 2019. I write a feature column on architecture in Grand Magazine. And I want to thank everyone engaged in this issue. The differences of opinion here are fraught, but I know everyone wants the best for their community, and I really believe that's the case. Because of that, though, please consider that if this building isn't good enough for us to keep, what building will be? Because unless the 1912 Sun Life at Union and King is somehow threatened with demolition, which is not likely, we won't see another comparable whole building presented to a council for protection in our Twin Cities again, because as a whole, nothing else quite compares to this building. Whatever our decision is, let's aim for an honest assessment of what we're talking about, and that's what we're talking about. None of our plans can negate that fact. Its heritage interior is among the best in the region. In my job, I saw hundreds of them. The Waterloo Region Hall of Fame calls its architect our Twin Cities Dean of Architects. Why then do we demolish his very best buildings? Next slide, please. I know we don't do it just to create beautiful park landmarks, and it is beautiful, or city logos, and it is a very good logo. Next slide, please. But we did do it to build Market Square. It replaced W.H.E. Schmaltz's 1924 City Hall in 1973, clock tower and all, and people still talk about it. I'm not picking an old wound. It's still a topic because it was a mistake. Making mistakes is okay when we own up to them and we make sincere efforts to not do the same in the future. But what will our excuse be this time? Some of our most beloved buildings once faced demolition or neglect. They've had to fight for their lives. But we'll get nowhere if we think of this matter tonight as a development problem. It's much bigger than that. And the responsibility is on all of us, not on just the developer, because it concerns all of us. And it's time for a change of heart, everyone. We can start that right now. Next slide, please. Our Dean of Architects' next best work is 16 to 20 Queen North. It's a jewel box. It's lovely outside. It's treasure inside. It's a showcase of local tradescraft. You'll see more in a moment about that. Next slide, please. Caspar Braun built it in 1916. The era's most important local contractor gave us factories, institutions, commercial buildings. This shows construction beginning on 16 to 20 North. Next slide. The Interior Hardwood Company helped build Berlin-Kitchener's industrial reputation. Their factory still stands at 72 Victoria Street South. The Montreal Forum and Parliament Hill were clients. Paneling and woodwork was their forte, and at 1620 Queen, it's still there, and it's in a lot of places. Some of their workers pictured here in 1923 may have created it. Next slide, please. Along with all that woodwork, Caspar Braun combined decorative plaster, marble, terrazzo flooring, and an outstanding interior. This was the double height main office. Next slide. The upper half of it remains almost entirely as it was in 1916. A later floor does divide the space in two, but much on the lower level also survives. Not all, but much. Could it be restored to its full height? Next slide. The amazing plasterwork of the ceiling is in excellent condition. Next slide. Ionic capitals, spectacular moldings, it's like a dictionary of classical ornament. I don't think any of it has been repaired either in terms of upkeep. Next slide. Downstairs, most of Braun's original features and finishes also remain. It's in great shape. In context, integrated with one another, it happens to be the highest heritage benchmark for an unrestored building. That context. This is part of the public foyer in 1916 and currently. Next slide, please. Carved wood trim, original doors with working transoms, open into paneled offices. Next slide. Back upstairs in the boardroom, it's almost 1916, minus the furniture. Paneling, wood, trim, doors, working transoms, and another of the building's signature plaster ceilings. Next slide. Quarter sawn, figured wood in excellent condition, is irreplaceable. It all impressed the many hundreds of people who visited during the one-day doors open event in 2012, and more than 600 crammed the building. Next slide, please. It's one of a just few remnants of Berlin's Gilded Age. Surviving examples of this kind of extensive tradeswork are exceedingly rare. Nothing will change that. No plan or proposal. So we just need to know what we're talking about. Next slide, please. The second floor hallway, once a mezzanine overlooking the office. These yesterday and today shots show the same spot in the building. And there's more. There's wooden staircases. There's even original marble and wood washroom stalls. Next slide, please. The cultural heritage impact assessment of this proposal contains a recommendation against the demolition as proposed. It also states that the existing heritage building is worthy of designation. Are we ready to say this one building, this one, on a smaller site is really an obstacle and salvage is really the best we can do? Because if we lose this one, there isn't another one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We do have some questions for you, Mr. Kessler, and first it's Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thank you, Carl, for coming in. You say that it's much bigger than a development problem. Can you just elaborate on that a bit?
Sure. I don't see my picture. Is that okay? Or let me just start that. Sorry about that.
No worries.
Yes, I think it's on everyone, right? Like back to the question about Councillor Marsh's question about why aren't these things designated sooner? Well, that's a really, really long story, and there's not enough time to cover all that here, but that is a very, very broad-based story. If we don't, as a culture, value our architectural heritage enough, these things don't get designated. But it takes everyone working together, and that's really hard to do, especially when it's exceptionally hard to get a building designated in the first place. It's actually a disincentive, quite frankly.
And my last question has to do with the current pictures that you projected on your slideshow.
Mm-hmm.
How currently were they taken? How long ago?
That's 2012, but I toured the building at the very gracious invitation of Momentum in 2020, so just last year, and it's essentially the same. It's been very well maintained by all owners, it seems.
Great, thank you.
And there's one more, Councillor Gazzola.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Kessler, for coming in. I also want to thank you for coming to the Heritage Committee meeting and sharing your wonderful photographs. I think it really shows what the interior of the building is like and how it really cannot be dismantled. And just on one closing point, every day I'm learning more and more about the building and people attached to it and what have you. And I thought I just heard you say that a lot of the woodwork that was in the building were all the same firm that did part of the Montreal Forum. Did I hear you correctly?
The original seating, which has been removed, but the original, yes, it's true. The original Montreal Forum seating came out of that factory. And in fact, when I last looked inside 72 Victoria, there's a portion of the seating is preserved above the door.
Another reason. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kessler, for coming in.
Thank you.
Okay, our next delegation is KLG. Welcome, Ms. LG.
Thank you. It's taken me a couple of minutes to figure out the controls, but I'm ready now. Okay.
No worries.
Okay. So my name is KLG and I'm here tonight as a citizen of Waterloo Region. Next slide, please. Exactly 2 years ago, this council unanimously declared a climate emergency. And tonight you have the opportunity to take one small step to tackle that emergency, a step that will most assuredly benefit your children and grandchildren. Next slide, please. 2 weeks ago, your Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee endorsed the Transform WR Climate Action Strategy and went a step further, recommending a 50% reduction in greenhouse gas emissions or carbon emissions by 2030. Next, please. Now, all but 3 of Transform WR's 76 action items deal with our day-to-day emissions, like driving our cars, running our air conditioners, et cetera, what this graphic calls operational carbon. But to get to 50 by 30, we have to do more than this. We need to think long-term about the carbon emissions that go into making our buildings and the emissions that end up being embodied in those buildings, what this graphic calls embodied carbon. And you can see some of the processes. You can see the smelters producing steel, the tucks transporting it to the work site, cement mixers producing foundations and walls. Now, unless cement or steel are manufactured in Waterloo Region, these aren't our emissions, but they're somebody's emission. And next slide, please. And globally, building construction is a huge part of the climate crisis. Next slide. Now, let's think about 16 to 20 Queen Street North. Let's imagine we don't demolish it, but instead we incorporate it into the new building design. Let's imagine we have an imaginative architect like the Pritzker Prize winners who've never demolished a single building in all their redevelopment projects. This diagram shows the life cycle stages of a building, all of which emit carbon into our atmosphere. Now let's just think about one component, the structural steel. By saving the building instead of demolishing it, we would eliminate the need to extract iron ore somewhere in the world, ship that ore to a smelter, fabricate the steel, then ship those steel beams, girders, tubes, etc. to the work site. And plus, we wouldn't have to spend the energy and carbon emissions to demolish the existing building. We'd be just left with only the operating carbon costs of the buildings. Plus, we'd be saving amazing building materials. Next slide, please. Not to mention incredible interior in the materials. Where would you even find materials like this today? And just imagine the carbon emissions transporting them to North America. Next slide, please. Now, the Athena Institute has done a detailed study of the climate benefits of not demolishing 4 different types of buildings. The Athena Eco-Calculator is easy to use, and if I'd had access to the building components data for 16 to 20 Queen North, I could have typed that into their Excel spreadsheet and let the built-in formula compute the climate impacts we could avoid by not demolishing the building. Next slide. Instead, I picked the building closest to it in their study, but it's smaller and more modest than 16 to 20 North, so the climate benefits are underestimated. Next, please. Now, back in 2019, when the city declared a climate emergency, one council proposed the city should develop a carbon budget, so you would know the amount of carbon emissions you can produce without causing a climate disaster. And then every proposal, such as a development proposal or demolition application, could be evaluated to how much it is going to eat into that carbon budget. You didn't approve that motion, but Transform WR has calculated Waterloo Region's carbon budget. And they've also noted that even if we implemented every single one of the 76 initiatives they recommended, we wouldn't keep within that carbon budget. So we have to do more than simply reduce operational carbon. Next slide. We must look at the lifetime climate costs of our decisions. Now, this chart compares the lifetime carbon emissions of a new, highly energy efficient building, the blue line, and an existing retrofitted building, the orange line. You can see it takes 25 years before the huge carbon costs of construction are paid off by the higher operating efficiency of the new building. Now, using more efficient cement production methods will certainly help. But if you prorate Momentum's estimated savings of 11 homes' annual energy emissions over a 34-story building, it works out to about 32 homes per story. And the Athena study found that you could avoid the impact of 43 homes' emissions by not demolishing the existing building. It takes a long, long time to make up for construction emissions, even without zero net carbon buildings. And so far as I know, we're not proposing this building to be the new replacement to be a zero net carbon. If we did carbon budgeting, we would know these kinds of things. Next slide. But even without having a carbon budget, you can tonight take one small step towards saving the planet for your children. And I'll just leave the last word to the Pritzker Prize winners, Anne Lacaton and Jean-Philippe Lassalle. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Elgie. There are questions. Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, okay, thank you so much for coming in. I've seen you speak at Heritage and other another times. And it's the first time I've heard you sort of give this environmental take on heritage. So I'm finding this very intriguing and interesting. And I think, you know, and I like the way you've sort of framed it in the, you know, the climate emergency and the recent approval of the, well, I guess it hasn't yet been approved, but the Transform Waterloo region. So as we think of heritage in other contexts, how can we continue to keep this forefront in our minds when we look at different heritage buildings in the region, or in Kitchener in particular?
Well, the reason I got into heritage conservation advocacy was really environmental in the first place.
Mm.
I heard a speaker talk about that about 10 years ago, and it's always impressed me that that is one of the most important things to do that. And it, as time goes on, just more and more that impresses me. So I mean, I'm really encouraging you to move towards carbon budgeting and to start taking this approach to things. Not necessarily, I mean, I'm not necessarily just because it's a heritage building, but all buildings. I mean, I think if we thought about all the decisions that way, and when you look at those lifetime costs, like how we are paying it forward in a bad way with these carbon emissions that we are producing when we do all those processes that are in the life cycle of the building, I just think we would make different decisions, and we'd make them differently.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this to us.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Urbaniak, and thanks, Kay, for your presentation. Just wanted to make a point. Did you see what the proponents' benefits to the climate strategy is going to be when they do with their build at all, or did you see that
Yes.
at all? And what do you think of that?
Yes, I did, and that was part of the reason I talked about, like, they talk about their more efficient cement production methods will save the equivalent of 1,100 annual homes annual emissions, and that sounds fantastic. And the Athena study was only like 85, you know, but it's a 2-story building, and this is a 34-story building, and that's the saving. I mean, we're still making all those emissions and so on. And I'm happy that they're having an efficient operating, like cooling and heating system. That's wonderful. But again, it doesn't reduce the fact that especially if we demolish the building anyway, that's emissions, you know, and all these things we are doing are adding to the emissions globally, which eat into the carbon budget, whether we like it or not, you know, like, I mean, we're all breathing the same air worldwide.
Okay, but if you were to build a property with this many units, do you not, and it's going to go somewhere in Kitchener, don't you think would be a good testament to, you know, the way the building is set up right now? Like having such an energy efficient building built on top, to me, you know, would be a great testament. Oh.
Well, yes, and I mean, the study that I referred to, that graph I showed you at the end, was done by the Preservation Green Lab in 2012, and always it thought the existing buildings should be retrofitted. We need to make the operating energy as efficient as we possibly can. But just pointing out that just looking at demolishing 16 to 20 Queen Street North versus not demolishing it would have a positive impact on the climate.
Okay, and my last question, Kay, did you ever go and visit the site at all? Did you go in and see it?
I don't think I had the good fortune to go there on doors open. I did see part of it because my optometrist's office was in there.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, those are all the questions we have, Ms. Elgie. And our next delegation is Deb Westman. Welcome, Ms. Westman. And I'm just going to be momentarily passing the chair over to Councillor Galloway-Silak, who's just going to cover for me for a few minutes. Can I ask staff to make Councillor Galloway-Silak a co-host as well, please? Ms. Westman, are you here?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I seem to be having a bit of audio issues. Can you hear me now?
We can. Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you and good evening. My name is Deb Westman. I live at 45 Mill Street in Kitchener. As an architect, I've worked at one of our province's foremost architectural firms dealing with the proper sensitive treatment of heritage buildings. Tonight, I'd like to speak in support of protection of the building through designation. Next slide, please. To be clear, demolition represents approximately 90% of the existing building. The area shown in blue is what is proposed to remain. This approach is a type of facadism where in order to develop a heritage site, the building is basically demolished. But the facade is retained. Next slide, please. Oh, sorry, I'm having a poor connection. The ground level floor plan from the CHIA shows the extent of the demolition. You can see in the plan the central entrance and existing structure of the heavy columns and piers that give
I think we've lost Deb for a minute. If your connection comes back in, we can come back to you in
the building and spatial rhythm. The decorative ceilings show the detail and enhance the structural rhythm. The beams allow the generous span and grandness of the spaces. The windows spaced between the bays reinforce the authenticity of the design. These relationships and details establish building design integrity through the interior and exterior, and a fine example of Beaux-Arts architecture. Next slide, please. Actually, that's the one I was just speaking to. If you could do next slide, please. Demolition will result in a building face that no longer has a relationship to its interior and its original grand edifice as part of the historic district of the downtown. Interior finishes are proposed to be salvaged and repurposed as decorative finishes in the new design according to the 20 Queen Street Restoration Report. These architectural artifacts will be rebuilt into new ceilings, columns, walls on an interior that pretends to be authentic. This isolation of heritage attributes from their surrounding environment, context, or a significant relationship is considered a negative impact according to the Ontario Heritage Toolkit. Next slide, please. Here are some examples of types of facadism. They raise more questions than solutions. On the left is the Bank of Nova Scotia building in Toronto, now at the entrance to the Design Exchange, which was part of an enclosure of a partial city block in the downtown. The central image is a historic residence which has been swallowed up by a new development where the context has changed so significantly that it now resembles a poor cousin instead of a noteworthy structure. On the right side is a corner facade treatment that doesn't seem to reference the historic old downtown or the new. Next slide, please. Left, the historic building was rebuilt with a new tower pushed back and a visual buffer planted on the roof. There are different treatments and ways of doing these things. The center image shows the heritage building was demolished completely, actually, and reconstructed with a new tower in new materials. So again, you wonder what value has been retained. This is part of a long discussion. Next slide, please. Protection of the building begins with a listing on the city's list of heritage properties of heritage value. Designation includes tools for how changes to the building can occur. Next slide, please. This building merits full designation as you are hearing tonight. Next slide, please. The statement of significance describes heritage values. Next slide, please. It also describes the heritage value in all 4 parts of potential value criteria. Next slide, please. Facadism is the result of aggressive intrusion on a cultural heritage resource. All heritage tools cite measures that focus on protection, methods that are the least intrusive. Next slide, please. 20 Queen Street is part of the larger context of our historic downtown district with distinct heritage attributes characterized by its grouping of commercial and institutional buildings as identified in the. These are some of the neighbors retained as part of the historic downtown district. Buildings in the downtown CHL continue to contribute to the urban fabric of the city's foundations. This is a unique district that should be conserved. So I'll just keep moving along. Maybe, I'm not sure if it's my screen that's stuck. Many of the historic downtown buildings have faced demolition, but were conserved and are thriving places today. These are good examples of our unique and vibrant community. Next slide, please. What's important is that we respect cultural heritage resources and preserve what is left. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deb. You cut in and out a couple times, but I think we got the gist of your presentation.
Thank you.
Let's see if there's any questions for you. Yes, there is. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Deb, and sorry about your presentation. I didn't get to see much of it, I guess. It went in and out, but anyways, I do appreciate the examples that you did use for heritage, because it's quite offensive to me when I hear individuals say that we've destroyed the heritage culture of the city of Kitchener, when you just showcased many examples of ones that we have preserved.
Yes,
that is
it's an important.
Okay, Councillor Chapman, a question?
Yeah, thanks, Deb, for coming in. The developer earlier this evening said that this wasn't facadism. Maybe you can sort of tell us why it is, or how one could make an argument to say it's not.
So this is definitely, as I said, a long conversation. It's a terrible term that has developed, no doubt. But basically what it's referring to is the separation and the dismantling of historic places. There are many roads to how you address it. If it's a full building that is to be maintained, or parts of it, it's a struggle. So there's no one clear rule about what facadism is, or these remnants. Basically, I think is probably what it might best reference, and those are the physical attributes, but how they relate culturally, those are part of the discussions that I think need to happen in working through these types of developments.
So would you say, I mean, you're an architect, in the architectural world or realm, would you say that facadism is discouraged?
It's a last measure, I suppose. Ideally you want to keep the building intact, the relationships intact, all the attributes, the pieces that are important, yes, intact, and then to start separating and isolating, and there's no reference anymore once you start doing that. So, but at some point, there's give and take, and that's part of that long discussion.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Gazzola, you have some questions?
Thank
Yes. Yeah, first I want to thank you for coming in and making your presentation. I think your presentation really helped to illustrate what's being saved and the 90% that is being lost. I want to ask you as I gather as a theoretical question, that you're an architect and would have some ideas. Is it possible to save the old and blend in with the new? Is it possible to put a new structure there and yet save the entire building, the entire present building?
It'll be difficult because there's going to need to be some structural changes to support the new structure on top. But I think, I'm optimistic and believe that, there's ways of making things happen, that we don't want to discourage it because we all look forward to how things change in our downtown. But we do want to make sure that this is one of the last pieces, as we've heard tonight, that's important to retain. So what that will look like needs to be part of a conversation, I believe.
Thank you for your answer. Your answer was clear. It would be difficult, and that wouldn't be the first difficult situation we have. I just want to take a moment to remind everyone of our Kitchener Public Library. A few years ago, it was up to be torn down and to build a brand new one in the downtown center of downtown. And there was all the talk that it couldn't be saved. It was ridiculous to try and do that, and yet they did save it. And look at the structure today, and we've saved the old and the new. And I think your presentation tonight emphasized that. Thank you for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's all the questions that we have for you, Deb. I have a bad connection as well, so I just turned my video off for the time being. Up next, we have David Shefto. Go ahead, David, when you're ready.
Is that good?
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay, terrific. So thank you for the opportunity to speak to all of you tonight. Once again, the citizens of Kitchener are demonstrating their care and concern for the community in which we live. I think we would all agree that housing affordability may be one of the most pressing issues facing our community. I think I can confidently say that to a person, everyone who is here tonight support the city and region's efforts to address the affordable housing crisis, and we are starting to do the hard work. But I would like to take the position that tonight isn't actually about affordability. This is not a choice that you are making between affordability and heritage, because this is not a proposal that actually addresses our community's particular affordable housing needs. In a January report from the CMHA, Jennifer Sow identifies the areas of greatest need for our community. The report identifies serious housing shortages for those in the bottom 25% of income earners. For those in those very lowest groups, less than 6% of our rental stock is in their reach. The report identifies this particular group as an area of affordable housing concern. In Kitchener, the lowest 25% of income earners in the area of our earners is the area of highest need for our community. And I wonder if the developer's particular development's intentions are to create units that meet the needs of this particular income group. The second area of great need identified by the CMHA is 3-bedroom units. There is an identifiable shortage of 3-bedroom units in the region. This proposal does not address our need for 3-bedroom units. First, of the 238 proposed units, a very limited number have been identified as 3-bedroom. And secondly, it's not clear if those 3-bedroom units would be among the 21 affordable units that are on offer. This development does not meet the needs of our lowest 25% of income earners, and it does not meet our need for 3-bedroom units. Whatever is being built on this site, it's not addressing Kitchener's affordable housing concerns. It may be addressing the needs of investors, as others have stated in the record recently, but it's not addressing the housing concerns of our neediest citizens. In today's record, Brian Doucette, the Canada Research Chair in Urban Change and Social Inclusion and Planning at the University of Waterloo, states that a condo project will not address the affordable housing needs of our community. We know this. I question the decision of some who want to make this an issue of affordable housing versus heritage, when it's unclear how this development actually addresses the needs of our city. For heritage to be a barrier to affordable housing, there would have to be a shortage of other building sites in the area, which is not true. For heritage to be a barrier to housing, there would have to be an enormous, exhaustive list of heritage sites that are being protected, which we have learned tonight is not the case. And not to mention that Kitchener's own intensification in place policies allow for intensification in existing neighborhoods. Councillors, we know what our housing needs are. This development does not address them. If we're serious about addressing the issue, perhaps we should be continuing with our project of inclusionary zoning, common practice in municipalities that surround us. This would ensure that we get what we need. It is disingenuous to state that this development will address affordable housing concerns in Kitchener. If you fail to designate, you will send a signal that anything is up for grabs and anything can be justified by adding the word affordable. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you very much, Mr. Shafto. Our first question is Councillor Gazzola. Was that from before, Councillor Gazzola?
Yeah, yes, it is. I'm sorry.
Okay, no worries. Councillor Singh then.
Yes, David. Thank you for the points that you made, and I appreciate them. And it would help me to understand your perspective for someone like myself, who is a proponent for affordable housing, but I agree with you. A development such as this is not necessarily going to solve our affordable housing problem. But that's not to say that we should gloss on the fact that it does provide housing, period. Housing for our growing city, housing for a younger generation who may have the affordability, but again, the affordability has certain reach, and a detached house may not be within the affordability price point. And 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom may be sufficient for their housing need. So any level of redevelopment is, in my mind, positive for the forward movement of our city. So that's the first point. The second thing is I'm looking at this perspective of where can we find a blend or balance between preservation and heritage and conservation while readaptment as well. I know there's been terminologies thrown as, facadism as such, but for me, if we can see the growth of our community, new housing coming online, while at the same time having some context and preservation of the older heritage look of the building to the outside facade, while even retention of some architectural features inside as well, I see that meeting quite a few aspects of the importance of our community as a whole, not just one segment group, not one advocacy group, but I think many components of it. Where do you see a problem with that, David?
I think my real objection, Councillor, is with those people who are suggesting that this is affordable. And I think my objection to it is that for some people, they are using that claim of affordability as a way of justifying the tearing down of this significant heritage site. And I think the point I'm trying to make is you cannot justify the taking down of this heritage site by speaking about affordability, because it's not affordability in the way that we need it to be in this community. So I'm objecting to that point in particular. I'm objecting to the point that any councillor or others would make to say, we need this because it's affordable, and it's not.
Okay, no, that's fair. And I don't see this as the only reason, because it's affordable, and that's why we should not designate. That's why we should encourage the development of this site. I see this as readaptment and, again, new housing coming on. So I see it differently, but I understand your point as well. Thank you.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, David. I just would like to hear your comments on the contribution of the $500,000 to a not-for-profit to help with supportive housing.
You know, I have difficulty answering that for a number of reasons. I know our efforts in the city are trying to make everywhere affordable. It's not clear, since it's clearly in its very early stages, the proposal with the NGO, that where that development would take place. It's also not clear if that $500,000 is being used to build a new place or to support something that's already under construction. That's not clear to me either. And so I have issues with the lack of detail about what that's actually saying. And ultimately, if our goal is to make things affordable in the downtown, you know, it's clear that condos ultimately lead to gentrification. That's not a new point, and has already led to a lot of displacement in their downtown core. And it's not clear to me how this particular development would keep that from continuing.
Okay, well, speaking of affordable housing, how do you see the city solving or contributing to filling affordable housing needs? Like you say, this doesn't address it, but according to the statistics from the region, 21 of these units would be deemed to be affordable. A lot of them will be attainable and add a good number of units to the housing continuum. So it could be a starting point for some people in housing. So how would you respond to that?
Well, I think there's a lot to say about that. I think on the one hand, again, it's where is our greatest housing need? Who are the people who most need the housing? It's not that group who can afford, you know, there's that top end of affordability. That's not the ones who are in greatest need. This development isn't addressing the needs of that particular, of the people most in need. And I'm very concerned about the fact that a lot of these condos end up being sources of investment, et cetera, as we've heard about before. And one just wonders if more of the same thing ends up creating that kind of a dynamic of gentrification, which ultimately harms our ability to address our affordable housing issues.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Schneider, I know that you are part of the committee that's looking into this, and I think you understand the importance of new legislation around inclusive planning, you know, and I think it's fairly clear that this wouldn't qualify as something like that.
Well, I think we differ a little bit on that, but I'm not saying I'm justifying this because of the affordable housing. I just want that clear.
Okay.
Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, David. I appreciate your comments. Can you tell me, are you part of an advocacy group?
No, not. I will say not yet. How's that? I'm just a citizen, but this matters to me. Okay. I'm serious, like many of the people in downtown core, about creating a community for everyone. Maybe I am not one of the person who needs that kind of affordable housing, but I am committed to a community that creates that. And that is why I've come forward today, is to make sure we have clarity about what the development will do and not do, according to me, anyway.
Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Yeah, thank you. I don't mean to belabor it, David, but I'm just a little bit unclear. So, because again, I'm not part of the group that's looking into affordable housing, the subcommittee. If 21 of these units are meeting the financial targets of the region, saying they're affordable housing, how is it that you can tell me they're not affordable housing? That's where I'm stuck.
Well, I think the issue is the following. When I go out on the street and say we're building affordable housing, what people think that means is different from what is being proposed in this development. So there is a lot of issue around this idea of affordability, and people think that what's happening here in this development is one kind of affordability, which it's not. A lot has been talked about this word affordable, versus attainable, versus these different slight variations of the meaning of each of these terms. And so we need a lot of clarity on exactly what those things mean in order for people to feel that this is actually a development that's going to be affordability, that will address issues of affordability.
Okay, and not to debate, but in fairness, as someone that looks to the region who is the Affordable Housing Authority, they have a literal definition that this meets. So if I'm not going to follow the affordable housing body's guidance on what counts as affordable, how am I supposed to make that decision?
I'm not disputing that the developer is suggesting that this development will reach that top end. So again, the $368,000 for a unit will be a unit probably for one or two people. This is not what our real needs are, if we look at the results of the CMHA or other reports.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Shafter. Just as a follow-up from my perspective, and this is, I guess, part of the challenge when it comes to the topic of affordable housing, because there's a continuum of affordable housing. I'm sure, are you familiar with that?
A little bit.
Yeah, so the continuum actually runs from emergency shelter all the way through to affordable home ownership. And the definition that Councillor Davey was referring to in terms of affordable housing actually does, it is the region's definition, but it actually comes from provincial and federal direction as to what that amount is. But what's important there is that when we talk about affordability, is anytime we can provide additional housing at different points along that continuum, it's another step. Would you agree in terms of addressing the overall needs in the community? So in some cases that might be supportive housing. In other cases it might be things that are using the provincial definition. In other instances, it might be deeply subsidized housing.
Well, let me put it, I guess what I feel is that for the average person, they don't have this nuanced idea of what affordability is. I think they have a different idea of what affordability is. I think when they talk about the city getting real about affordability, they're thinking about the really serious cases. And when somebody tells them that this development is addressing affordability, if they were to find out what it was addressing, they would be disappointed, is what I'm saying. So I think that I respect that there is a continuum. I also respect that the needs of our community are quite specific. And as it would be popularly understood, I don't think people would appreciate this trade-off that we're trying to make here between affordability and heritage. It's not a necessary trade-off.
Okay, and that's fine. I respect your views on that. Councillor Ioannidis, you had a follow-up question?
Yeah, thank you, Member Manovic, and thanks, David, for your presentation. And so if we were to stop this development, period, so would you not fair to say that's $500,000 less for affordable housing?
I guess what I'm maybe really saying is that you know, part of our challenge is going to be creating a, you know, like the inclusive policy or something that is going to get all this stuff on the table right from the beginning so that we don't have to turn everything into this fight. And I think, again, what I'm trying to say is it is not okay to make this a battle between affordability and heritage. They are not mutually exclusive. This particular development will not satisfy our area of greatest need. And I feel that turning it into this kind of a battle is not appropriate.
Okay, but David, your statement right there just sort of states that you're making this into an affordable housing issue. Like you just, that's what you're just stating to me after I just asked you that question.
Councillor, I'm replying to articles in the paper where people were making it into an affordability issue, and I'm just discussing how it's not.
Okay.
Right.
One other thing, do you not think it's a benefit to the community that there is a community space in there that's will be used to the public?
It's hard for me to answer that question. You know, I think I can't speak to the developers' long-term goals. I appreciate their frustration about what's happening tonight, but we don't know the future of the building should we end up with designation. I don't want to speak to that because it's not clear what the future of this building would be.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, those appear to be all the questions we have. Thanks, Mr. Shafto. Our next delegation is Melissa Bowman. Welcome, Ms. Bowman. Somewhere, there you are.
Hello there. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Good evening, Council. Tonight I'm speaking on behalf of Waterloo Region Yes in My Backyard, a group that welcomes more neighbors into our community by focusing on housing supply, stability, and subsidy. While we see value in sometimes maintaining existing buildings for various reasons, including sustainability and to preserve existing affordable housing for our community, we do not think a heritage designation for this property is appropriate. While designating a building as heritage can presumably remind us of what a place once was and where we came from, we must also consider whose heritage we are working to protect and what that protection offers the community as a whole. Many interiors of buildings that are designated as heritage are inaccessible to most of the public much of the time. Designating a building or a neighborhood as a heritage district is often where we stop. However, it's important to ask what characteristics made those neighborhoods worth preserving. How they looked is only a small part of that equation. How they functioned is also key. Density, mixed uses, the ability to get to amenities without a vehicle are just a few examples of the functions of those neighborhoods. We need more of those kinds of mixed use and walkable dense neighborhoods today. Adding density to the King and Queen neighborhood area adds vibrancy and livability. I'm someone who loves architecture, photography, and local history. Yes, I'm that person who has taken hundreds of photos of random doors and windows that catch my eye. So it shouldn't surprise you that Doors Open Waterloo Region is something I look forward to each year. I spend quite a bit of time reading about which buildings will be open and deciding which ones my spouse and I will visit in any given year. There are a lot of choices and we can never make it to all of the ones that we'd like to visit. As much as we love this event, it highlights one of the issues with this proposed heritage designation, that there is limited community benefit simply because the interiors of many of these buildings are not usually accessible to the community. Ironically, a heritage designation would limit public access to the building, ensuring its preserved heritage stays locked away in private. 600 people visiting the site one day nearly a decade ago doesn't feel much like public access to me. One of the things that I like about this development proposal is that it opens up more space to the public, and this space seems like a perfect opportunity to display and highlight some of the features of this building. The request to designate the entire building seems out of line with how the city usually approaches heritage rules and designations. Even in our much loved heritage districts, such as the Victoria Park neighborhood, the requirements only apply to the exteriors of the homes. I can only imagine the uproar from residents if we impose similar interior rules in those districts. One of the biggest challenges with city building discussions is that there are certain losses that feel really visible if we go in one direction, but proceeding in a different direction may very well also have some losses, but they may not be as obvious. For example, a recent neighborhood information meeting had many residents saddened about the loss of trees with proposed denser housing in one area of the city. However, the alternative may be to continue to build out where we lose much needed natural and farmlands. I think we have a similar situation here. Not designating this building seems like a loss to some. However, if we don't add density to our existing neighborhoods, we put pressure on our countryside line, on housing costs, and limit who may be able to live in this neighborhood. I've heard some suggest that we can have our cake and eat it too, that we can save this building in its entirety and still build housing on top of it. And I have seen examples where this has been done. I'm not certain whether that can technically be done here, as I have seen the report mention soil contamination, which I haven't heard many of the previous delegations speak to. What I am quite certain of, though, is that if we were just to build on top of this building, we will lose something that we absolutely need in this city: affordability. Building in a way that completely preserves the existing building is extremely expensive, and those costs will be passed on to future residents. It seems contradictory to designate this building while also calling on developers to add more affordable housing to our community. This development will bring much needed housing to our city, provide funding for affordable homes through a partnership with a local nonprofit, save the facade of a beautiful building, and through the creation of the community space will increase access to this building. Additionally, this development proposes a great parking arrangement that allows residents to park in an existing municipal lot without needing to build new parking spaces. That sounds like a big win, both for sustainability and affordability. While I understand the desire to preserve beautiful buildings like this, I think that this project provides a balance of that preservation, even increasing access to it, while also creating more homes for our community. I encourage you to not support the heritage designation at this time, or at a bare minimum, defer the decision as per staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Vivanovic, and thank you, Melissa, for coming in and sharing your view on this. I just wonder, you mentioned a bit about the community benefit space. Could you maybe expound on that a little bit and what that would mean to the downtown area and the residents in the downtown area?
For sure. So I go by this space quite often. I've never been in the building. I don't have a lawyer or an optometrist or anybody in that building. I was not one of the 600 who got into there in 2012. So I guess I missed my opportunity to see the inside. I would love to see this building. It's kind of in what I consider my neighborhood. And as I said, I love learning about the history of our community and the buildings. I think architecture is such a great storyteller. And I think I learned a ton tonight from the previous delegations through stories and pictures. And I would love to see all of that highlighted in a community space that everybody could access, not 600 people who are fortunate enough to know about it and get in it to see it one day almost 10 years ago. And I think of that whole space, like Vogelsang Green and Gowdy's Lane, and what's happening in the core. It seems like such a great spot to also welcome little local history buffs like myself and my spouse to learn more about our community. I've heard a lot of people tonight say, I didn't know such and such about that, because right now it's kind of all locked away. And this seems like a great opportunity to open it up and make it more accessible to people.
Okay, thanks a lot, Melissa.
Thanks, Councillor Schneider. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, Melissa, thank you for coming forward and as you continue to do and providing a bit of a counterbalance to some of the arguments that have been made today. I think Councillor Schneider has already touched on some questions that I had, or to get your perspective. But the other is, I think you made a point about some saying that you can have your cake or eat it too by preserving the building and building on top of that. In your opinion, designation of the facade, so preservation of the facade, while also with the developer's willingness to preserve some key heritage attributes of inside the building, and especially make it available in a public space. So as you've already made a point, space that would be accessible to anyone. So allowing for inclusivity, as opposed to selectivity of anyone that has a business inside that building. It's a private building. You have to have a reason to go in there, and only at the owner's permission, even on a night like open doors, to participate. If they choose not to, guess what? No one's going inside otherwise. So having those benefits combined, are we not necessarily having our cake, eat it too? Of preserving the heritage, the history, the look of the building, and essentially having newer development up top, while also allowing for greater access to inside, and having that appreciation of those characteristics that are more prevalent and not as accessible from the inside.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Councillor Singh. And this is one of those developments where I'm truly excited, because it does feel like it has a lot of wins about it. And I get the people who are speaking passionately about saving the entire building. I do get that. But I feel the more I get involved in these issues and reading more about housing and sustainability and affordability and density and all of those things, the issues are complicated, and it does feel like you're always having to lose in some way to benefit in others. But this is one, like you said, it feels like there are still some losses, but a whole lot of wins for the community. And so that's why I chose to speak out in support of this proposal tonight.
Okay, thank you for including your voice.
Wonderful. Those appear to be all the questions. Thank you a million for coming in, Ms. Bowman.
Thanks.
Sorry, as I'm jumping between screens. Our next delegation is Meredith Radlin. I'm hoping I pronounced that correctly.
Meredith Radlin, yes, thank you.
Hello, Ms. Radlin. Welcome.
Thank you. And thank you for having me here tonight. My name is Meredith Radlin, and I'm here to speak to you as a community member and equity advocate. And I'm here to challenge the developer's claim that they are providing affordable housing for the community. Now, I've heard that there is a continuum, and I'm here to speak on behalf of the people at the bottom of the continuum. The CMHA report and the city's document, Housing for All, says that affordable is affordable to lower earning households. 368,000 is not affordable to lower earning households. Those reports also state that affordable housing is needed for families. 500 or 600 square feet that come in the one-bedroom unit cannot accommodate families. So the affordable housing being offered by these developers are units that are not meeting the needs of the most vulnerable populations in the city. And we know who those populations are. We have had, Kitchener, Waterloo region had several COVID hotspots, and those hotspots were in those communities where you had overcrowded accommodation, where you had multiple families sharing accommodation, multiple adults sharing accommodation, because the cost of renting and ownership in this community is so high. And so I am speaking for the people for whom the provincial guidelines don't apply, and asking that the city focus its discussion on affordable housing on the needs of the people at the bottom of the ladder, not the people who can afford. There are too many people who cannot afford $368,000. We know where they are. We are in the middle of a huge pandemic, and if we don't do something about the crowded housing conditions, when the next pandemic hits, we will be another hotspot. And so that is my appeal, to please not use politically correct terms like affordable housing to trivialize the needs of the most vulnerable in this community. This is not affordable for many, many people in our community, and we know that. So please think about that as you have discussions in terms of justifying this unit. And I think Momentum is to be commended for wanting to contribute $500,000 to nonprofit housing. That I think is commendable, but I think suggesting that 500 or 600 square feet at $368,000 is affordable to our most vulnerable, I do not think that is commendable, because it's not true. I think there's a moral imperative in terms of addressing the needs of our most vulnerable. And I know council is aware of that, because when you announced the appointment of a director of equity a few weeks ago, you spoke about the need to disrupt the status quo, the need to do things differently, the need to address the needs of an increasingly diverse population. And so that is what I'm asking tonight, that we use terms of affordable housing in the context, in a context that respects the needs and the lives of the most vulnerable of our citizens. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Radlin. There are some questions for you. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you very much. And thank you for bringing that point forward, Ms. Radlin. I really think that is a very important point that we can't lose sight of, is that the most vulnerable need our advocacy, they need our support, absolutely. And we need to find more solutions for affordable housing. But it's not really, I just wanted to point out that even our own affordable housing strategy document struggles to find the right language, because affordable, the thing is that when we looked at what is affordable and our affordable housing crisis, we looked at the average income earner in our community. And we know that most of them, if you're below the average, you cannot afford to purchase your own home as a single income earner. And that's a very big problem, because our city is built on, affordable housing that we were able to, as a factory worker or as somebody just coming out of high school, people were able to live a decent living and afford their own homes. And that's just no longer the case. But thank you for pointing that out, because we do need to work on the language and clarify so that we don't get it mixed up. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Marsh. Councillor Chapman.
Yes, Ms. Rodlin, thank you so much for coming in. And it's nice to have you here and hear your position on this whole thing. And I hate to ask the question, but I'm going to. What is your view about this building, the proposal that we have before us? And I'm not suggesting that we need to say it's either affordable housing or a building. I think it's been made very clear by many that this isn't affordable, what's being proposed. And I think you say it very eloquently. But we still have this problem. We've got this proposal before us for a 34-story building. Would you be of the mindset that we conserve the building as is, as a heritage site? Or would you be in favor of demolishing 90% of the building and keeping the facade and building a 34-story building?
My position is that you're being asked to designate it as a heritage, to consider designating it as a heritage building. And that in your discussions about whether that should be so or not, my position is that you should not be considering the loss of affordable housing as an issue, because this affordable housing, yes, it is provincial guidelines, but we know, and you as councillors are here to represent the residents of the city of Kitchener, and you know those guidelines are way above the means of our most needy citizens. And so my position is that as you consider the designation, that you do not use this red herring of affordable housing in your decision making.
Great, thank you so much. And I agree with you. I think you make a very important point. Thank you.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for your input and your comments. And you know, I guess what we're deciding here really tonight is about designating a building as heritage. And let's say the vote was to designate, and then this development isn't built. Does that change the affordable housing position that you're sharing tonight?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, I'm saying that
the affordable housing we need is not going to be found in that building. So it doesn't, so in my view, it doesn't, you know, whether it's built or not, it's not taking any of the thousands of any of the names off that long waiting list you have.
Okay, no, that's what I wanted to know, that whether we build it or not, it's not helping you at all. So that's
not helping the citizens in this city who need housing. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Those appear to be all the questions we have, Ms. Radlin. Thank you very much for joining us this evening. Okay, we've got 4 more delegations for this item, and then 3 delegations for other items. So I just want to remind council, as folks indicated earlier, that we can focus on questions of clarification from delegations, and that would be most helpful. Mr. Detweiler, welcome this evening.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. Please proceed when you're ready.
Yeah. Sarah, just move slowly through the images and allow maybe 10 to 15 seconds for each. My name is Ernest Detweiler. I'm a sculptor, visual artist, a founding member and former artistic executive director of Kafka, and also a restorer of natural stone, decorative elements, monuments, sculptures, fountains, here to speak against any demolition and for the full restoration and preservation of the historic 1620 Queen Street North landmark building, a former conservatory, in order to keep the building's both architectural beauty, its interior qualities, acoustics, lovely charm, and feel. You may be familiar with the Luggage Project in Victoria Park, the past, present, future installation of 7 spheres at the former county courthouse, or the most recent KW Homeless Memorial Sculpture between a rock and a hard place in Fogelsang Green Park, just opposite of the building. I studied at the School of Art Bern and completed my master's degree in sculpture at the School of Arts in Gallen, Switzerland. I have a diploma in restoration from the Centro Europeo, the European Center for Artists in the Protection of Historic Buildings in Venice. And I have been working as a freelance sculptor, restorer in the restoration of natural stone sculptural works in Gothic, Renaissance, and Baroque buildings, churches, fountains, and monuments in Switzerland and Italy, and I work as a restorer in Canada too. I have a different resume for all these projects. The reason that you will still find a lot of beautiful historic heritage buildings in the downtown areas of cities in Europe intact is because they are strictly protected by law. And the heritage designation is full protection. And that's really, really important. All the historic buildings in Switzerland cannot be touched without the permission of the government's architectural protection and preservation agencies. It is inconceivable for me that the thought of demolishing a big part of this over 100-year-old Queen Street building and only save the facade like the skin of a dead animal is even entertained. Please bring this building alive with music, theater, arts, and culture. It is a crucial part of historical presence in what in the future could become a pedestrian cultural district between the Walper Terrace Hotel and the museum and the Kitchener-Waterloo Art Gallery. The remarkable former conservatory with stone columns, beautiful limestone decorative elements, and Juliet balconies has been in the city's municipal heritage register since 2010 and features original interior spaces with a beautiful fireplace, an impressive foyer in marble and carved wood. The interior is in remarkable good condition and ideal for small concerts, cultural events. The historic building in downtown Kitchener are the very cultural capital of what defines the value of a downtown. The approach should be to protect, restore, and preserve the building in its whole format, dedicated to arts and culture use, and, for example, small performance spaces. The Walper Terrace Hotel, which has been hosting small, top-quality concert and cultural events, is a good example on how to make that possible, keeping the grand style, dimensions, and with that the sound quality and feel of the space intact and special. Any new building, as the proposed intimidating 34-story condo tower of mediocre design, will dwarf the downtown built environment. It will also take 3 hours of daylight on the new Fogelsang Green Park for late afternoon each day. So it basically takes the light or the sun out of the new built park and the downtown area there. If anything at all, I could only see a very small, inspired, state-of-the-art contemporary architecture addition to the former conservatory in the adjacent parking space, without touching and without destroying the existing building. It is your responsibility to build an exciting, prosperous, and progressive city with its history and cultural capital intact and not without it. I urge you to start the heritage designation process with a bylaw. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. Detweiler. We do have a question for you, Councillor Chapman.
Yes, thank you so much for coming in. It's not often we get people from the arts and culture community speaking to this sort of thing. So it's much appreciated. Can you just give us a bit more background on the Vogelsang Green site and, you know, its importance and the transformation that it's had over the past year, I guess, and the work that you've put into it? And I'm saying this in the context of putting a 34-story building right in front of it, right?
Yeah, so in the one photo, you see the sunlight hitting from that part of like from the building on the Queen Street building. So it basically takes the sunlight out away from Vogelsang Green Park for 3 hours, and I was there and I've seen it. With the development of the Vogelsang Green Park, I was only involved with the KW Homeless Memorial between a rock and a hard place. I was working with the landscape architects and the city on this, but not directly in the design. Our input was very much considered, and we were welcome to find a place for the sculpture and its surroundings and have a little bit of input, but not too much with the overall design and the scape or the landscape around it.
And what's the significance of the sculpture itself? What's it designed to do?
The KW Homeless Memorial celebrates and basically is a reference to the people who died on the streets of the city because they were homeless, and usually they just disappear somewhere. They're not a part of the statistics. They are basically just here one day and gone the next day. So it's a reference for people. We lost homeless people, we lost people with homeless experience and related issues. And it is a place to memorize these people. It is a place of honor for the lives lost.
So it's a quiet place, you might say.
It's a very quiet place, but it's also like it really serves as an event space too. Like you can, it's very adaptive or adaptable to any kind of event really, because it's mostly hardscape, which is a little bit problematic too, but it's really ideal for any kind of event. So you can have outdoor receptions there. For example, you can have a concert in the Queen Street building, 1620 Queen Street building, and then go out in the park there and enjoy yourself, right? Or you can have something in Vogelsang Green Park and then move into the historic conservatory building. Like it's a really beneficial interaction and balance there, like with a whole lot of potential. And it's very exciting. And the building, 1620 Queen Street North, is the real thing. Never, ever destroy the real thing. Never, ever destroy the cultural capital. You can live from the interest of cultural capital, and you can make a profit of all the tourists who come to the downtown to see your culture and your historic buildings. But if you don't have any historic buildings, and if you don't have any culture, and there is little left in comparison to Europe, you have almost nothing, right? So if you don't protect what you have, the little you have left, then you got nothing, and you just have a one luxury condo tower after the other, which basically blocks the light of the downtown. Like it's a, and then you have sort of a, yeah, I don't know. It's if you lose your cultural capital as a city, then it's not enjoyable anymore. It's not enjoyable for anybody. It's not enjoyable for the young, for the middle-aged, for the old. Like there's no reason to go downtown if there's no cultural spaces, right? And if you take the light out of the parks, and no, you have to create a vibrant city, you know.
Great. Thank you so much for coming in, and thanks for your comments.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Detweiler, for coming in this evening. Our next delegation is Lynn Sosnowski. Welcome,
hello there.
Sosnowski.
You're able to hear me all right?
We are, thank you.
Great. I'm Lynn Sosnevsky. I'm here as the assistant producer for the Kitchener-Waterloo Comedy Festival. Back in April was when I first heard about the development at 20 Queen through an article in the Record that it mentioned the planned redesign of the space and the possibility of there being a theater space that the community could make use of as being part of the project. And I jumped up and said, yay. Yay, because I've been doing programming in Kitchener-Waterloo for many years, and it's a desperately needed thing, more theater space, more programmable space in our community. And also because the folks at Momentum Development would be behind it. If the pandemic hadn't have happened, this 2021 would have been the 12th year for the Kitchener-Waterloo Comedy Festival. In a normal year, we program shows at the Center in the Square, the Registry Theatre, the Apollo Cinema. We've used a dozen or more venues in downtown and uptown, including nightclubs, meeting spaces, restaurants. We also program comedy shows and festivals in other cities in Southern Ontario now. We like to think we're kind of a big deal. And in all those years, right since the very first time in 2010 when we cobbled a handful of shows and some international artists together, Brian Pridham and the folks at Momentum have been stalwart supporters of what we have done at KW Comedy. Not just in terms of signing a check, though of course that's always welcome, anyone who's listening, but in small ways that matter, in a big way, to events and festivals, showing up to events, bringing people out to events, introducing other people to the programming that we're doing, talking about us in their communities, and connecting us with other important the stakeholders in the community. It's because they're actively interested in being involved in things that help better their lives for themselves and for their families. And then, you know, by extension, for the people who live in the homes that Momentum has been creating. And that's a good feeling kind of thing. And they're not just comedy fans. Momentum has sponsored and supported a whole host of other events and activities. It runs into pages, but other festivals like KW Ribfest, Oktoberfest, Drummerfest, cultural programs like the Curator Talks at KW Art Gallery, and many events going on at the museum. Lots of community supports like the We Care Foundation, 5 Weeks for Miles, Habitat for Humanity, and other things. So I know them to be good community-minded folks. And I come at the knowledge that KW needs more theater spaces, not just from our own needs for the Kitchener-Waterloo Comedy Festival, but because up until a year or so before the pandemic hit, I was also the operations manager at the Registry Theatre. And that role involved managing the contracts from renters and other users of the theaters and interacting with those folks. Largely local theater groups, dance groups, musicians, but touring organizations and many different kinds of events, of course. We all know the registry model is an enviable success. There's no question about that. So much so that anyone who's in the business of programming live entertainment in Kitchener-Waterloo also knows that we need at least 2 or 3 more registries. Every year, the way that the registry bookings happen, and I don't think my knowledge is that much out of date, is that in January, they accept rental requests from the organizations that use the space. They massage those around the calendar of the events and activities that the registry presents itself. And usually by the end of February, you're hard pressed to find a Thursday, Friday, or Saturday date in the year following. So anything from the following September through to May. And it wasn't uncommon once that schedule was set to turn away 2 or 3 requests for the same date over and over again as the calendar progressed, because some programs aren't amenable to date changes, that some are committed to touring schedules, other things like that. And sometimes people just don't have their plans together a whole year in advance of putting on a show or mounting a performance. So we know that the registry is busy. We know that it's successful because it's busy, but it's busy enough now that we need more registries. And it's busy because it's just small enough to allow artists and producers to take a chance on programming without incurring a huge financial risk. Some of our other performance venues are significantly larger, in an order of magnitude larger, and operate at a whole different scale than the activities that go in there. Sam Vartaniuk and Lawrence McNaught and their team, they do a spectacular job with the programming and with the space that they have. And as much magic as they can produce out of the registry, they can't actually make more Friday nights appear or more stage time conjure out of thin air.
Ms. Wisniewski, if I can ask you to start wrapping up, please.
I will. In addition to myself, I know at least a couple of other community producers that have already reached out to Momentum to request for space. I want there to be cool stuff going on in my community, downtown, everywhere. I think that this performance space being offered at 20 Queen is an enormous gift. And I really hope that the City of Kitchener is able to accept that gift. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. I don't see any questions, so thank you for coming in this evening.
Thank you.
Our next delegation is Silica Force. And did I pronounce that correctly, Ms. Force? We're not there yet. There we go. Welcome, Ms. Force.
Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Oh, it's Silk and Force.
Thank you. Well, I didn't hear about it. So you know me as Silky Force. However, I have to correct that a little bit. My name is Zilka Force. My children are, people don't call me that anymore. My children are first generations Canadians. I live, work, volunteer, and relax in downtown Kitchener. I am here tonight because I'm a resident with a passionate interest in the culture and history of Kitchener and Waterloo region. Obviously, with my German heritage, that's a natural. In fact, I'm a proud resident of a not-for-profit designated heritage complex on Queen Street South, of which approximately half consists of rent geared to income. My primary issue with the proposed changes to this historical gem is to the effective visual replacement of this piece of our history with yet another cookie cutter condo. The proposal is to replace a ballet slipper with a boot, or at the very least, to put the ballet slipper over the toe of the boot. If ever there was an image that lives up to the 60s song Little Boxes, this is definitely it.
Ms. Force, you seem to have moved away from your computer, so we're having a hard time hearing you.
Okay, we're coming through my headphones.
Try that again.
Okay, can we try that again? Can you hear me now?
It's a bit better, but it's still fairly soft, but go ahead.
Okay, let's try it. How's this?
Yeah, go ahead. That's great.
Okay, so you can hear me. I will have to switch over later on if you have questions, because these are bone conduction. So if the developer is allowed to go ahead with their plans, this particular box will dominate the skyline, actually overwhelm the jewel box that is at its base, and begin the destruction of the unique character of Kitchener. It will be a tall, narrow silo that looks like all the rest, mimicking downtown Toronto. In Momentum's presentation, we saw only 9 stories of the proposed 34. They did not show how it will stick up like a boot among the ballet slippers and visually destroy what is left of our heritage. Its design overwhelms a building that was created in a time that was our city's cultural heyday, a time that was far more visually rich. If we preserve our city core, we have every chance of being as much of a destination of choice to our regional residents and their friends and family as St. Jacobs. I think we would be wise to actually create a core of preservation with king and queen at the center of a circle with a 1 kilometer diameter, and Schmaltz's jewel box would lie at the very heart of the circle. We need to begin somewhere. Let's begin here at the heart with what appears to be the last remaining example of his work. One of the proposals before us is that the facade be kept and possibly 10% of the interior. That too is misleading because the entire interior is under threat when it's taken out of context. The facade itself will be a symbol out of time, out of context. Speaking as an artist, I can also tell you that losing culture is devastating. If we lose this building, if we chop it up and hang pieces of it in museums, we lose the inspiration that the whole will have on architects and artists of all genres. It would be a preservation akin to hanging a leopard's head on a living room wall and stretching its skin across the sofa with the claim that we've preserved the leopard. Inspiration begets inspiration. This I know personal experience. I have been in the habit of doing my writing in areas that were visually rich. And thanks to the pandemic, unfortunately, that hasn't been happening. We need to surround ourselves with art and culture in order to continue to produce art and culture. Yes, we need affordable housing desperately, but we haven't even begun to talk about how to use the abandoned enormous Charles Street terminal. And $500,000, that'll buy us 5 units. That's it. At today's prices, you're not going to get very much for $500,000. Preserving this building for the future is the smartest use of all our resources, past, present, and future. We are still a young country, but we should do more than preserve the buildings built by our pioneers. We should take into consideration the buildings built when we were at our shine best. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Force, for your delegation. And there don't appear to be any questions. Thank you for coming in this evening. And now for our last delegation on, sorry, I just lost it. Our last delegation on this item is Mr. Dan Curry from MHBC Planning. Welcome, Mr. Curry.
Good evening. You can hear me all right?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
So thank you. I'm Dan Curry, MHBC Planning. We prepared the Heritage Impact Assessment. I'll just make a few brief comments. I don't intend to describe or get into the Heritage Impact Assessment. I'm certainly happy if there's any questions or there needs to be any explanation. But really my comments are focused on the process and in particular the staff recommendation. So I've reviewed the staff report and in my opinion, the recommendation that city staff have set out, or sorry, the process that city staff are recommending, in my opinion, would be appropriate. And that's really for 2 reasons, I would say. The process would be consistent with what the city typically does in these types of situations where there's a listed building that is also subject to a development process of some kind. And in those cases, typically there's an HIA done, the heritage features are considered through that process. And then as an outcome of that process, there's designation or other means of conserving the heritage features. Doesn't always have to be designation, but in many cases it is. We've been involved in this process several times in the city and in other places. 710 Huron Road is probably the most recent one we've been involved with. And the second reason I think the staff recommendation is appropriate is that in this case, there's no imminent threat to the building. It's certainly, there is a development proposal and it's going through a process, but the municipality has a lot of control over the outcome of that process. Site plan approval is needed before the building permit can be granted. And then similarly, because the proposed development anticipates a removal of some of the building, there's a necessity for a heritage permit, which then of course council has deliberation over the heritage bylaw and heritage designation. And then ultimately in this case, if the building is designated, that bylaw comes back to council for approval. So there's lots of control, there's no imminent threat. And so my review of the staff report I think is sound. And I think staff have provided a reasonable and appropriate recommendation, and something that the city typically, in terms of a process, the city typically follows. So with that, I'd end, and happy if there's any questions to do my best on answers.
Great, thank you, Mr. Curry. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. And thank you, Mr. Curry, for your delegation. I'm wondering, in your heritage impact assessment, it was referred to earlier in the evening by another delegate that the building passed 7 out of 9 tests and it seemed like you were suggesting that it should be designated. Can you expand on that?
Yes. Yeah, the HIA is very clear. The building has heritage value. It's one of the requirements of a study like this is to evaluate it. The test for evaluation is Regulation 906 of the Heritage Act. It meets 7 of the 9 criteria set out in the Act. It certainly warrants designation.
And yet tell me, I'm confused then, because you're saying that you support the process that staff is recommending, which would include eventual demolition except for the facade.
Yeah, so what the report does is it identifies that the building has heritage value. The proposed development will result in a moderate impact to the heritage attributes. The exterior attributes are different than the interior attributes. So the majority of the exterior attributes are on the portion of the building that will be saved. So this building, like many commercial buildings in the downtown, intended to be viewed from the front because other buildings were very close on the sides. So there's not a lot of detail, ornamentation, or architectural detail on those sides. So the majority of the exterior attributes are on the portion that's going to be retained. So there's really more of a minor impact to the alteration as it relates to exterior attributes. The interior attributes are a different story. Many of them are, take for example, the ceiling. So Mr. Kessler had a number of very good slides of the interior. So absolutely, if the building, if the development proceeds, many of those features will be lost. Some of them can be retained, salvaged, and repurposed, and we've identified that in the HIA as well. So my recommendation on process is that there's a process already outlined. The project is going through that process. The outcome of that process will be the conservation of the building, and likely designation would be appropriate as an end result of that, in which case then the usual designation bylaw process would be followed and the building ultimately would be designated.
The exterior, you mean?
Yeah, that's right. That's right. The exterior.
Thanks.
Councillor Gazzola, you're next.
You state that there's no imminent threat with this building. but there is a eminent problem with who makes the decisions on this. And if we don't deal with it tonight, the rules change. There are new rules, I understand, for heritage buildings. And if we don't make it, at least tonight, council is in a position to make a decision. After tonight, it's taken out of the hands of council and put into the hands of other people who may not be part of our community at all. So is that not a reason enough for us to deal with this tonight?
The change, I'd say that's your comment is partially correct, Councillor Gazzola. The designation bylaw and the approval of the bylaw, that process doesn't change. It's still the purview of city council. The change is if the bylaw gets appealed, and rather than the Conservation Review Board, it's the now the OLT, Ontario Land Tribunal. The way I understand this process and what the developers have said is that they are in agreement with ultimately designating the building at the end of the process. So if that's the case and there is no appeal of the designation after July 1st, then that's ultimately whether it's the OLT or the Conservation Review Board in the existing process or the Ontario Land Tribunals in the future process, it really doesn't matter if the bylaw isn't appealed.
But there's a big difference between what the proponents from the city's Heritage Committee want to designate. The developer wants to designate 1.5 walls, and the Heritage Committee wants to designate the entire property as it stands now. So that's a huge difference in the designation. That's all. I just wanted to make that point.
Is that a question, Councillor Gazzola? Your mic is off.
No, I say that's a comment because it does make eminent as to whether this decision is made this evening.
Okay, you cut out again there at the end, but I think we get your point. Thank you. Mr. Curry, those are all the questions we have. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Council, so those are all the questions, and those are all the delegations and the questions. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, so there's been talk about the interior attributes, and I just wanted to ask Heritage staff about this, because I think one of the delegations said that, you don't designate the interior attributes, but can you give us some more information on that? Because I'm under the understanding that there are numerous cases in the region in the city where interior components of a heritage designated building are also considered heritage designated attributes.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are examples of individually designated properties within the city that do have interior heritage attributes that have been identified. I believe there are roughly 13 properties across the city that have these identified features. While it is possible to designate interior features as part of an individual designating bylaw, it is not generally a common practice, given that interior heritage attributes are much more difficult to monitor than exterior attributes on buildings. And generally, if you have a private residence or a private building that has interior heritage attributes, there's, like I said, not as much monitoring occurring in those instances.
But it is possible, and it has been done. In the buildings where it has been done, Am I correct in thinking that the building itself is designated and it's intact, and the interior attributes are also designated and haven't been moved, say, from the second floor into a front hall of the building? They're intact and in the place that they were originally built?
To the best of my knowledge, for the properties in the city that do have interior heritage attributes that are identified, those attributes are in their original state and position within the interior of a building.
Okay, that's my question for right now. Thank you.
Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Victoria, is there, when a property is listed, what are the protections for the interior?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, when a property is listed under the Ontario Heritage Act, there are no protections to the interior of a building, as there would be if the property was formally designated through a bylaw which specifically identifies interior attributes.
So if this developer wanted to avoid the situation and wanted to not preserve some of the heritage, they could have full well gone in and torn down everything inside, and there isn't a thing that we could have done about it, and then they could have come forward with the proposal, correct?
Theoretically, yes.
Okay, thank you. Next question is, my understanding of the way the process works now, no matter what we decide right now, this is going to come back to us again for final approval when the developer submits a demolition permit, correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Schneider, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Just a question, in the report, we learned that there's mercury contamination discovered below the existing building. This is primarily in the rear extension, and that an option to raise the rear portion of the building to address the contamination matter poses a significant challenge. Given the massing and scale of the building, it concludes that a development requires the extraction of that contaminated soil, and that this was a critical factor in the decision to remove most of the existing building. We're part of what staff would like to do is hire a professional to assess this. Can you kind of explain that process and what could possibly come of that inspection?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, that suggestion was included in the report for staff to better understand the extent of the mercury contamination on the site and the feasibility of addressing the contamination issues while preserving more of the existing building. So this additional study would be intended to provide staff with information related to logistics and costs associated with these types of remedial works.
Okay, and not to put you on the spot, but this type of remedial work, like if for example there is significant contamination, what could that mean? Would it mean that part of the part of the building would have to be removed, the back part? Is that a possibility?
Without being an expert in site remediation works, I don't know that I can answer that question.
Okay, no worries. Thanks so much.
Thanks, Councillor Schneider. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, thank you. So Ms. Groen, I'm wondering about, let's say down the road, this property were not fully designated. If the exterior were, but that items from inside were seen as of value, who should be looking after those? I guess once the developer, if they were in their plan is to repurpose some of the features within the building. But if there were features that they weren't able to use or that they chose not to use, who owns those?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the attributes that are located within the building are owned by the property owner, and it would be the property owner's responsibility to maintain those features as any prudent property owner of a heritage property would with respect to those features.
Sorry, I don't mean to, I don't mean, I should say it in a different way. I don't mean who owns them, like who, what I mean is if something's designated, that means that it's of community value, right? And so if we recognize certain elements as having community value, then is there anything that we would be able to do to stop some of these elements from just being sold off on Kijiji, like was suggested by one delegate early on? Or I've seen certain demolition companies, what they do is they'll remove stuff, and if the owner doesn't claim it, then they go off and sell it. And so can you tell me more if there's precedent set for being more clear about what should happen to those elements?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not aware of any examples where that type of scenario has happened with respect to interior features of the property. Again, the interior heritage attributes are, owned by the property owner and are the responsibility of the property owner. If these interior features are designated or formally protected, they would be subject to the city's property standards bylaw with respect to heritage features and attributes. But I also would like to clarify as well that if there are interior features that are identified within a building, the property owner does not have obligation to make those interior features publicly accessible or available, particularly if they are in a privately owned space.
Right. Okay. So they're of heritage value, but not necessarily. You're saying you're making a distinction. It's not for just for the community's benefit to be publicly available.
Correct.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
I just want to clarify with Ms. Grove, there are 2 or 3 parts to this decision tonight. And one of the parts is the recommendation of the Heritage Committee, which was to designate or to proceed with the designation. The question of hiring a consultant to look at the possible contamination and suggestion for a deferral are staff questions that need to be dealt with separately, perhaps not after the main decision is taken. I just want to make that point clear.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the recommendation coming forward from staff is a different recommendation than what is being proposed by the Heritage Kitchener Committee.
Yeah, that's all I wanted to clarify. Thank you. Thank you.
Councillor Singh.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, would you allow me to just ask for a clarification question from the property owner or their representative, if they're still on?
Sure. I don't know if they're still on though. Oh yeah, Mr. Elmer's just come on.
Yes, hi, Tyler.
Hi, sorry, can you just repeat the question? I think when they
No, he hasn't asked it yet.
Oh, okay.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Councillor Singh.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, if council were to support the staff direction that it be deferred, and for us to assess the merit of, designated or not, or at a later time when a demolition permit were to come forward, as you guys are proceeding forward with the development, are you able to publicly give some commitment that if down the road, you do achieve a demolition permit, that as the property owners, you will take, extensive effort to preserve the characteristics of inside the building, any attributes that can be saved, and for them to be stored in consultation with staff, in guidance, either include them in a future build or make available to the city for us to have showcase in art piece or in any other avenue. Is that something you can publicly commit at this point?
Thanks, Councillor Singh, for that question. Yeah, we'd be very, very happy to publicly commit to that. Working with staff has been great so far, and we definitely like to continue that and ultimately reach an amicable solution where we can keep as much as we can. And having their input during that whole process would be very beneficial.
Okay, thank you very much.
Councillor Davey.
Yeah, sorry, Tyler, just before you go, I don't see anyone else in, oh, so Councillor Zola is still in the queue, but Mr. Mayor, with your indulgence as well, I would have liked the applicant to see staff has a proposed amendment to Carriage Kitchener's proposal, and I would like the applicant to be able to see that because I'd like to confirm that it doesn't jeopardize some of the community benefits that the developer has suggested. So Tyler, I'm not sure if you can see it. I'll give you a second to read it, but is that in line with what we had discussed earlier at the very beginning of the?
Yeah, that does. Yeah, that definitely sounds good. It does add a step for us that we have to go through a heritage permit, since the front facade and portions of the sides would be listed as the like key elements, but the property as the building exterior as a whole would still be designated. So we'd have to go through that permit process, which we'd be happy to do. But overall, I don't think that has any impact on any of the community benefits that we will be providing as part of this development.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Ulmer. Councillor Gazzola.
This seems to be getting out of hand here. We're doing 11th hour negotiations. I mean, we have proposals that have come to us from the Heritage Committee. We have and if those fail, we have other proposals. What are we doing here negotiating as to what we would like to see and not see? Let's deal with what's before us first.
Well, Councillor Gazzola, as you know, the process will be that a member of Heritage Kitchener, usually yourself, will bring forward the recommendation from the committee. That committee, that motion presumably will be seconded and will be on the floor. Then there'll be an opportunity for members of council to make any amendments if they wish. And if those amendments are seconded, then council will consider those amendments. And then we would deal with the main motion after that. That is the normal process that we follow.
No, if the amendments are way off base, they cannot be taken before the original vote.
Well, I mean, I guess if the amendments are not consistent with the original vote or with the original recommendation, in other words, opposite of, that would be the case. But, generally speaking, in my time on council, and I think in your time on council, amendments generally have been, are amendments to the main motion.
Unless they're major amendments and they're not what we would call friendly amendments.
Well, no, we don't do friendly amendments. Okay, so if there's no more questions of staff, I will ask you, Councillor Gazzola, if I can ask you, Councillor Gazzola, to bring the motion forward.
Yes, this is a motion of the Heritage Committee meeting on June the 1st. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Chapman, that pursuant to Section 29 of the Ontario Heritage Act, the clerk be directed to publish a notice of intention to designate the full property municipally addressed as 16 to 20 Queen Street North as being of cultural heritage value or interest.
Okay.
I would ask that any votes taken on this issue tonight be recorded votes.
That's fine. So That's a motion. It's been moved and seconded. Councillor Davey.
Yeah, thank you. And just I would formally request amendment as proposed.
Okay, so we can ask the clerk to put the amendment back on the screen. Okay, so your amendment is that instead of designating the whole building, we designate part of the building, and that the interior pieces come back later on as part of the discussion.
Correct, and I'd be happy to speak to it when appropriate.
Okay, is there a seconder for that? Councillor Singh, thank you. So I will go to the original mover if they want to speak to their motion, or Councillor Gazzola, or do you want to speak at the end?
I want to speak at the end, but this is a completely contrary motion to what's on the table. This is what this is really this is a motion to protect 10% of the property. It's totally opposite of what the main motion brought forward and passed by the Heritage Committee.
Well, I think Councillor Gazzola, an opposite motion would be to not designate, but to designate part of it is still a is an amendment. It's
too radical an amendment to be just say it's just part of an amendment. It's the complete opposite of the intent that's before us tonight.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola, I've accepted it as an amendment. And I'll open the, you wanted to be the last speaker, so Councillor Chapman, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm a bit puzzled and concerned about what is happening here as well. So we have a committee called the Heritage Committee. They spend over 2 hours looking at this issue and came up with a recommendation. And now we've got this complete modified version of a motion that seems to undermine the work that was done by the volunteers, many who are professionals on this committee. And I know you could say, well, this is democracy, but it just seems, I don't know, I don't understand how this procedure works. So can I speak now to the original motion? Is that what I can do?
Absolutely. This is your opportunity to speak both to the original motion and the amendment.
Okay, well, I totally reject the amendment. I think it misses the point. I think there are a number of reasons why what we need to be looking at is the original motion from Heritage Committee. And as I said, because it's comprised of members of the community who are professionals, many of them in their own right, and have read the HIA, which said very clearly that parts of the building, the property is worthy of designation. And that basically if we vote for this amendment, what we're doing is overruling the Heritage Committee recommendation. And it just seems like something we probably don't want to be doing. When it comes to the other problem that we're faced with, and that is a deferral, as in the staff report. If this doesn't go through to a notice of intent to designate by tomorrow, then as was highlighted earlier, we lose the opportunity to, if it's appealed, and I presume if we were to vote for designation, we could very well have an appeal. Then we lose the opportunity to even speak to it as a city council. It would then go to the Ontario Land Tribunal. So I think it's important to get this right now. To me, we've been caught up in things like community performance areas, and I think that's a great component of what's being proposed here. But even if we were to save this heritage and building and designated heritage, you could still have that space. There's so much that could be done with this building in a creative way without demolishing it and putting in a 34-story replacement. Designation doesn't mean the developer can't do something with the building. It just means that it has to be done somewhat differently. And I want to also speak to KLG's comment about, saving the site, transform it, turn it into something community-based and work with it in that way without the environmental impact that it will have to demolish it. So I really encourage people to think about this carefully. I will reiterate the fact that these are not affordable units. And I have a whole argument behind that I could demonstrate, but I don't think we have time. And I think people are tired. But it's been said over and over again that what's being proposed is affordable, whether it complies with guidelines from wherever, it does not meet the deep affordability needs of this community. So that's just a way to distract from what's really being proposed here. So I encourage my colleagues to think about what you've heard tonight. They're not advocates, they're not all from the ACO. These are people from within the community, just as those on Heritage Kitchener are just regular citizens like you and I, trying to make the best of the information that we have before us. So, I think we need to be listening to them and not just see this as a new development, because there's plenty of land around that we can make these 34-story buildings without destroying heritage buildings. So I don't think we have to get rid of this building because we need the housing stock. We can save this building, we can build the housing stock somewhere else.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. Next in the queue is Councillor Michaud.
Thank you. I'm not going to reiterate everything Councillor Chapman said. I pretty much agreed with everything that she had said. The amendment has me a bit concerned because it is pretty much what was brought before the Heritage Committee that we turned down. Saving the front of it was the facade. Basically, that's what this is. So I'm a little concerned how an amendment can be the same thing that the committee, the Heritage Committee, had before them. And if anybody can answer that to me, that would help. Well,
the recommendation coming out of Heritage Committee is just that. It's a recommendation. When it comes to council, it's the prerogative of council to decide if it accepts that recommendation or if it wants to make an amendment to it. It's not unlike when it's a staff recommendation or a recommendation from any of our other advisory committees. And at that point, the amendment, if it's seconded, would be considered as part of the process, and then we would move on.
Okay, thanks. And I just want to make a comment here about the direction this is going tonight, because I can pretty much see it. I think that this is a very significant building that we have in the downtown core. We had the City Hall. I'm not going to go down that road. Everybody knows that people are still talking about the old City Hall and the demolition of that. That is a sore that is never healed. It's still a wound, but is never healed. And by doing what we're doing with this building, or potentially doing with this building, we're setting a precedent for other buildings that are left in the core. I don't know, CIBC on the corner of King and Queen. That's an older building that has significance as well. That could be something that could be just demolished again for another 34-story high rise. You know, council has the ability to look at the way our city is growing. This is what we're supposed to be looking at, a vision here, and all I'm seeing is high rise after high rise going up in the downtown core, and there is not going to be any characteristics left in the downtown. If that's the direction that we're going in, that worries me.
Thank you, Councillor Michaud. Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, thanks very much. I find this one really challenging because you know what, I think that the developer has shown us with other projects what a good quality product that they are proud to bring forward in other developments. And so I have no doubt that if this project proceeds, that this would be another good quality product that that people would enjoy, and it would be successful. But you know, I have to say, I have not seen such a collection of amazing delegates before us very often. One after another. We had really terrific presentations, and I want to commend the people who came forward, who were from the ACO, who really organized themselves well to have various aspects of what their points were, you know, split up so that they took advantage of their 5 minutes each. And, you know, from the jaw-dropping photos that Carl Kessler showed us to the innovative ideas about climate, responding to the climate crisis by KLG, you know, and, you know, just questioning what are we calling affordable housing? That is not the, those are some really valuable insights. And really, there's no question that this is a gorgeous building that really, it should have been designated years ago. Why wasn't it? That's my question. Why wasn't this designated years ago? I'm challenged by that. If our community wants to preserve and conserve heritage, then let's get serious about it. And why are we waiting for a last minute application for demolition before we do anything about it? So now, you know, this developer has bought this building for millions of dollars, based on no knowledge that it was listed, but knowledge that it was listed based on the exterior properties. And so it's a bait and switch if we say, hold on here, you know, wait a minute, never mind about just the exterior, we want the whole thing designated. I find that really a problem. And so I'm torn, because there were other, you know, presentations that were really valuable too, about, you know, we as the members of the public will not get a chance to see most designated properties on the inside. Like Susan Burke's house is designated inside and out. That sounds wonderful. I bet it's beautiful inside. And you know, most people in the community will never see that. So what does it mean to conserve heritage? I'm sorry, I don't want to take too much time. I realize I might be getting too long in the tooth. I just want to, or too long in my words. I want to also just mention that I really value the fact that Momentum has come forward with this proposal that hits on 3 out of 5 of our top 5 community priorities. So that includes, they are looking to address climate change in the way that they are building with sound properties. They are making an attempt to affordable housing, to addressing affordable housing in 2 different ways. And they are offering a 2,800 square foot community benefit space, which is really desperately needed in our community. So, so I guess what I was interested in is, regardless of what happens tonight, I will be bringing forward a motion to council in August to request that staff put forward a question on our next community-wide Environics survey to find out, what does the general broad community feel about heritage? How important is it to us? And if it's important to us, then let's damn well get serious about it. This is ridiculous that that we are put in this very challenging situation, and it feels like a pressure cooker. And I don't think that's fair to the heritage advocates. I don't think it's fair to members of the community who just happen to love the idea of this beautiful building. and it's not fair to the developer either. And so I just feel like this is a problem. So that being said, I cannot support this amendment. I would support staff's recommendation. Thank you.
Well, to be clear, what we're not voting on staff's recommendation. The motions on the floor are the recommendation that has come from Heritage Kitchener, which I don't believe was staff's recommendation.
Well,
and we'll be voting on the amendment. So
Mr. Mayor, sorry, point of information. Let's review what we're voting on, because what I'm looking at is in our agenda, and please correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm looking at the 7A1, and there are three that's, I should say, that pursuant, that the options, and that a decision. Those three are all before us at this moment, as far as I see it.
Councillor Gazzola, to the best of my knowledge, only moved the first part.
Only the first part was what was approved by the Heritage Advisory Committee.
Right. So you ended it at dated May 19th, 2021, correct, Councillor Gazzola?
I ended it yes, at that. I actually ended it before that. It's been designated as a being of cultural heritage, value, or interest.
Okay.
Period.
So that's
thank you. Sorry. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Singh. You have the floor next.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I appreciate the challenge that some of my colleagues perceive this as a decision. For me, it's not necessarily as challenging. I see this as a problem of progress. I see this as a problem of our community having to adapt with growth. I think that's just the necessity of it. That parts of our community will have to either be demolished and rebuilt on or readapted. I think this is a good compromise. I think this is a good opportunity for readapting. We are through the amendment, hopefully if it passes, which I would be supporting and encourage other support as well, we are giving opportunity for us to be able to preserve a part of our history, while at the same time saying yes to inclusivity, while at the same time saying yes to growth and addressing housing challenge. I'm not saying affordability challenge, I'm saying a housing challenge for our community. As a community, we chose to invest $110 million in 2004 on collectively and going, and then reevaluated the benefits of that decision and have moved forward with EDIF 2.0. That was a community collective decision to invest in our downtown. And that downtown investment is pretty much giving us dividends. It's allowed phenomenal growth to happen, allowed development to happen. So we're seeing this. So if we are allowing to work with the developer in saving the facade, we're being able to preserve the key characteristics of the building that's visible to everyone. That's fantastic. We save that. By working with a developer who is publicly saying, yes, we will we characterize and inventory the important key architectural important aspects of inside the building and conserve it, repurpose it in the new building, that'll be able to be viewed by the general public. That's a win for our community. I think fear of change and wanting to preserve just as is doesn't necessarily give full benefit. Adoption and at the same time compromise moving forward is a good win for the community. I think what's being proposed on the table right now is that very thing. It allows a greater access to the building by the broader community, allows for community space that's much needed in our downtown core for arts and culture community. It allows for, as I've already said, additional housing capacity within our downtown core. It allows us to be able to continue on building upon the successes of our economic development strategy by allowing projects like this to proceed forward. So I think it's a sense of compromise, and I think it's a sense of win-win. And I think that's why we should be supporting the amendment, which puts greater emphasis on still conservation rather than the amendment, which chooses to defer that decision for a later time. I think it solidifies our approach to be able to conserve, while at the same time giving message to the property owner to continue forward with redevelopment and bringing some good wins to the downtown core and the community as a whole. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. Next up, I have Councillor Davey.
Yeah, thank you. First, I just want to address the work of Heritage Kitchener. Heritage Kitchener did exactly what they were supposed to do. I don't have any question with the decision that they made. Frankly, if I sat on Heritage Kitchener, I would have made the exact same decision. I would have put it forward to this council. The difference is this council is allowed to consider broader ramifications than Heritage Kitchener does. Okay, that's the difference, and I want to be clear on that. And I 100% respect the work that Heritage Kitchener does. I just want to touch upon a couple of things. The first that bothers me is the comparison to Old City Hall, and maybe that one bothers me because I've heard that one several times before, and I agree. I agree that what happened with our Old City Hall was it was a tragedy. There's no question. But when I go back and when you go back and think about it, the majority of people walked by City Hall. They saw what City Hall looked like, and if the same principles that were being applied here were applied to Old City Hall, it would still be there. The facade would still be there. There might be apartments inside, like the Coppin Lofts, but it would still be there. This is the compromise. One of the bigger aspects is it is a challenge of change. And I've been doing a lot of research in this lately, trying to figure out, balancing why our costs are escalating so high in our region. And part of it, a lot of people like to say it's not supply, it's not supply. I 100% believe a big part of it is supply. There's a study released recently by Scotiabank that has Canada dead last in the G7 in terms of the number of homes per 1,000 people. And guess what? Kitchener is actually broken out in that list. We're second last in the country. We have something like 25% fewer homes per 1,000 people than the G7. That's a problem. That's why our prices are high. So we need to embrace, we don't like it. I like to freeze Kitchener in time as much as anyone else, but we have a responsibility to build these homes. So our job is to weigh what is best for the community. That's always what I see. And maybe I reduce it to a mathematical model, and maybe that's wrong, but that's how I do it. I look at what we're gaining. We're gaining $500,000 directly towards affordable housing. We're gaining 21, as far as I can tell, textbook definition affordable housing units. We're gaining a community space that people are welcome into. That's, I think it's bigger than half the size of Victoria Park Pavilion. Like that's an amazing new asset to the community. And people are going to actually be invited inside. What are we losing? People that walk by this 1620 Queen Street, they're going to see the exact same thing outside they saw before, unless they look way up high. They're going to see the exact same thing. What are we losing? We're losing some beautiful interior work, and that's terrible. It really is. But it's a matter of us doing our jobs and deciding what benefits the community most. And who has seen this beautiful crown molding inside this building? I'm 46 years old. I've never been inside. I was born in Kitchener, lived here my whole life. Went to St. Jerome's, never been inside this building. How we have to think about who we are benefiting when we make these decisions. And I see a tremendous amount of benefit in 21 affordable units, in $500,000 towards affordable housing, and an open community space and much needed housing. So that's where the balance comes for me.
Thank you, Councillor Davey. Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic. And thanks everyone for all their comments and concerns and views. And I want to thank the proponent Momentum for inviting me to tour the property. And it was really good to see what was inside and in the context. And as Councillor Davey had pointed out, I don't think anyone would even know if that was there. If there wasn't even an open door policy, I don't think anyone would even known if that was there. But again, I can understand why you would see that as a great attribute historically and heritage wise, but for who? And again, that's where it comes down to. The reality is no one's going to see it. And if we were to preserve that, then the opinion that I would hold is that, again, the building would just sit still and would not be moving anywhere where it is. It would just stay in time and just, deteriorate again and just go the way it is, like most heritage buildings that we see in our community, because it's really not economically feasible to preserve these buildings to the full extent that some of us would like to see. And I've said this many times, if that's the case and if that's what we want, then this should be a community-owned asset, and it should be owned by the community, not by a private individual. That shouldn't be their responsibility to the fullest extent to preserve something. That's not their responsibility. This is a community decision, then it should be a community-owned asset, in my opinion, if we wanted to keep things the way they are. And I'm not going to reiterate a lot of the good things that some of my other members of council have said with regards to the benefits, but to be quite clear, this is the most balanced and win-win situation for everyone involved. And I'm not understanding how the goalposts keep changing from project to project. Like this was hailed when it came to the Huck building. This was hailed from other properties, but all of a sudden now this is not good enough. And this change of goalposts is doesn't benefit anybody. But I will be, and at the end of the day, staff's recommendation was opposite of what Heritage Committee was. And again, I've been told on and on through my time on this council that staff's opinion is very valuable, but now all of a sudden this time it's not valuable information and not valuable input. So again, it's always changing the goalposts to suit whatever needs it is. And that's disturbing to me. But anyways, at the end of the day, I'll be supporting the recommendation by the amendment by Councillor Davey.
Thank you. Next up is Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor. I won't reiterate the other points that have been made. I just want to say that I'm a big believer in balance, and I want to look down the road. And if I'm looking 20 years down the road, what will be the bigger benefit to the overall community? The kids that are teens today, 20 years from now, will this be an opportunity for them to go into that community space and see some of the heritage that was part of the city that they live in? I mean, we have a developer that has publicly said, hey, we're happy to work with staff. We're happy to preserve all we can and showcase it. And I think one of the lines that resonated with me a lot tonight was from Melissa Bowman, when she said, if it's just heritage and it's locked away and nobody can experience it, what good is that? If we preserve the heritage inside, but nobody can see it, and you walk past the building and you can't go in, that's where I'm coming at. That, they're going to preserve the facade. They're going to lovingly preserve the heritage aspects and feature them in a community space. That's, as we heard from another delegation, that we need more performance spaces. And this is going to provide that. There is support for supportive housing. We can argue about affordability and the definition of that, but I think we've got a chance here to balance things out, and I see that's the direction that I want to go.
Okay, Councillor Gazzola.
Mr. Mayor, you have a comment?
I do.
But go ahead.
Okay, normally I would speak last, but if you'd like me to speak now, I'm happy to speak. First of all, I want to thank all of the delegations that came in this evening and shared a variety of viewpoints. many who obviously were supportive of the full designation that Councillor Gazzola has proposed, and others who would like to see the building shared and made available to a broader group in the community, and recognize the addition that this building will add to the overall housing supply in the community. I know, some people have taken issue with the word affordability, and certainly I understand where those residents are coming from in terms of the issue of highly subsidized. But that is only one portion or one piece of the spectrum, and that portion and piece requires partnership from both the provincial and federal governments in order to be able to move that bar. So we're looking at the segment here that does meet the provincial and federal definitions, but yes, without question, does not speak to deep affordability. For me, there was obviously a number of comments that were made about Kitchener's track record, and often the former City Hall is brought up. And I too, I was 6 years old when I think that decision was made. Didn't even live in the city at the time, so I certainly can't bear responsibility for that decision. I think it was an unfortunate decision, but I also don't have the benefit of all of the information and knowledge that presumably the council of the day had when they were making that decision. But it truly was a gem that was lost. I do also look at the successes that we've had as a municipality in heritage over the last number of years. I look at things like the St. Jerome's building, where we were able to in fact get a heritage easement on that property in addition to the designation. I look at what has been able to be achieved at places like the former Huck Love and the Tannery, where we worked with the developers in those instances. To this day, those buildings aren't designated, but they certainly have kept many of the historical elements of those buildings, and they continue to be treasured. And best of all, they're seen by many members of the community, like literally thousands upon thousands of people from all over the world, ranging from presidents and prime ministers to people who are there for using the healthcare system in the Tannery building, have had the opportunity to visit that building in the last number of years. And I think that's something we can be proud of. In this particular instance, I think we have tried to find, with the amendment that's before us, a balance that allows the building to be protected, particularly in terms of the facades of the building, while also allowing a new asset to be built that has a number of components that will be beneficial to the community, including public use of space and housing on the affordability spectrum. The last point that I want to make as we consider this issue, and there is the component of the internal piece, interior attributes that come forward. I would hope that part of the dialogue with staff, in fact, can consider elements that perhaps they're not going to, that the applicant may not use elsewhere in the building, but perhaps some of those elements that we want to keep, in fact, could be, if appropriate, donated to the city and used in future buildings. I think of parts of the former City Hall. We obviously know of the clock tower in Victoria Park, but there's also components in the museum which have made them accessible, and components in the heritage room down in this City Hall that in fact were in the original council chamber, went into the council chamber of the 1973 building, and then now are in the Heritage Room in the city of Kitchener. And so I think we can look at that as a possible option as well. And I would hope that that becomes part of the dialogue going forward. So I am prepared to support the amendment here, which does see partial designation move forward. Councillor Chapman, you haven't spoken yet?
I did, but can I just make one more point? I'll make it quick, but I think it's important and it's bouncing
Okay,
off.
I will give you 30 seconds.
No, I need maybe a minute.
Okay, go ahead, Councillor Chapman.
Thank you. I want to speak to the affordable housing piece because I think this is really important, not just for this tonight, but moving forward. If we, and I know the region and the province have their guidelines, which state that ownership at $368,000 of purchasing a unit is affordable. But I want to put that in perspective. So if we take that $368,000 and we plunk it into a mortgage calculator on, say, the TD Bank or whatever bank you want to do, and it gives us a 25-year mortgage with a 3-year fixed rate of 2.14% and an $18,000 down payment, which is 5%.
Councillor Chapman,
can I please finish? No, because this is really important.
Councillor Chapman, in all due respect, we're talking about designating a building.
Right.
We're not talking about a mortgage calculator. So if you want to talk about, if you have a relevant point, I will let you finish it on designating a building.
Okay.
But a mortgage calculator isn't part of it.
Well, no, the mortgage calculator isn't, but the value of affordability. Let me just finish by saying what this amount, with this affordable place would cost an average person is $2,200 a month. And that would be about 30% of somebody earning $88,000 per year. So if this is what we consider affordable, then we've got to rethink maybe who we are building for, because in my mind, that is not going to accommodate the needs of people on ODSP, OW, minimum wage. And I don't think that really the population we're catering to when we talk about affordability are those making $88,000 a year. And I think this is important to put out there because we talk about affordability constantly in terms as if it's going to solve a problem. So
okay, thank you, Councillor
Thank you for giving me the time.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman, but that's a different argument for a different day. Councillor Gazzola.
Yeah, I would like to ask whoever's in charge, which of these two resolutions is going to be dealt with first?
Well, I'll deal with the amendment first because that's what usually happens, and then I'll come to the main motion.
How many people are here voting tonight?
There are 10 members of council here.
What happens in the case of a tie vote?
A tie vote a motion would lose.
Okay. I don't know where to start because I'm flabbergasted. This is utterly ridiculous. What's before us in the amendment is what Heritage Committee discussed, and we're totally unhappy with it. Did not meet what they felt should be met in dealing with a heritage property. Members of the Heritage Committee had seen photographs of the enclosed building and were of the assumption that the entire building was being saved and was being built around. When the Heritage Committee discussed it at that Heritage Committee meeting, we found out that no, the amendment is what the developer had in mind. And as a result of that, they came up with a totally different resolution asking for designation, and that's what the Heritage Committee passed. I want to give you a little benefit of my history. Not that I expect anything to come from it, because I've done this on many occasions, and it really is meaningless. I was around 50 years ago when we dealt with the old City Hall. I was involved with a company that were called upon to provide information, so I'm very familiar with it. At that time, the decision, and a lot of the decision was carried on behind closed doors that there have later been books written about how it was dealt with. But that committee decided the hell with heritage, and they're going to go in the direction of doing something for the economic development for the area, for the east end of the city that had suffered a couple of major fire losses, and they wanted to do something with it. And up arose Market Square. Now here we are 50 years later, there's no city hall, and I'm not sure Market Square really ever has developed to what they had hoped it would be by sacrificing the heritage of a tremendous building. But that's gone, and we don't have this. Of all the buildings that we've dealt with since that time, there's been no other building like this, in this state, in this condition. Yes, we've dealt with a couple of factories. We've dealt with the with the Hot Glove and a few places like that. And what happened to the Hot Glove was a complete turnaround. But there's been no building. The Forsyth building went, boom. The Mayfair building went. And then they had nothing compared to this building. So this is really the first time in 50 years that we've really got a building here that needs to be totally saved. And I can tell from the feeling I'm getting from all of the people that seem to be devoted to the developers that that's not going to happen. I mean, we can save the building and still accomplish all of those other factors. It's been clearly pointed out by delegates tonight that this throw-in of affordable housing is nothing more than a red herring. The throwing in of 500,000. It's apparent now that if a developer wants to deal with a property like this, they'll say the words affordable housing and say, hey, we'll throw in $500,000 or whatever, which you know who is going to pay for that. The people that pay for their condo dwellings are going to pay for that. It's not going to come out of the profits of the developer. This is turning out to be a complete farce. I mean, if the developer went ahead and saved the building, he could still open it up with this space to the benefit of everyone. That's what a good developer does. That's what Sun Life Insurance does. Sun Life Insurance opens their heritage building up to all kinds of organizations, charitable organizations, for meetings, for opportunities to hold meetings there, to see the valuable asset that we have in this community. So a good corporate citizen can have a heritage property, and really, if they're smart, make tremendous use of the heritage property. Make a great deal of use that will even put profits in their coffers. So I do want to say that we've received a lot of information. We've received a lot of input from the community. We've received a lot of delegates tonight. The majority of the delegates want the property saved. There were one or two delegates that talked about the affordable housing red herring, and there might have been one or two opposed, but the majority want this building saved. We have received many emails in the last 2 or 3 weeks. The majority by far want this building saved. The majority.
So start wrapping up, please.
Yeah, I'll wrap up. Yes, I'll wrap up.
No, go ahead. We can just start wrapping up.
You have a tremendous way of asking me to wrap up and me losing my training thought. I'm urgently asking people to support the resolution that the Heritage Committee have brought forward. Otherwise, this is a complete slap in the face to the Heritage Advisory Committee. It totally tells them, we thank you for working hard, but what you have to say is not important, okay? So it's a real slap in the face to them. I ask you to support them. I really implore you, Mr. Mayor, to support what the Heritage Advisory Committee is bringing forward. You can influence a lot of this members of this council, and if I say this, if this fails, this is on your head, sir, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Gazzola, that's an inappropriate comment.
You will be the mayor at the time of this. You are mayor. You take credit for the good, and you will also answer for the bad.
Thank you, Councillor Gazzola. I will now need to take a motion to go past 11 o'clock. Councillor Marsh, thank you. A seconder. Councillor Davey, thank you. And will require all members present to support this. All those in favor? Councillor Gazzola, are you supporting that?
Hand it up.
Okay, sorry, thank you. And Councillor Michaud, yes? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. Okay, we'll continue then. I don't see any other hands for speaking. So a recorded vote has been called. We'll deal with the amendment first. And I will start with Ward 1. Councillor Davey.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Schneider.
In favor.
Councillor Gazzola.
Opposed.
Councillor Michaud.
Opposed.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Councillor Johnson's not here, so Councillor Marsh.
Councillor Chapman's next.
Oh, sorry, got my numbers mixed up. Sorry, Councillor Marsh. Sorry, Councillor Chapman. It's getting late.
Okay, am I voting on the amendment?
Yes, you are.
I'm opposed.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Marsh. Sorry,
I'm opposed.
Okay, and I'm in favor, so the amendment carries. So now we'll go to the main motion. And I'll start the main motion as amended. I'll go the other way. Councillor Marsh.
Sorry, are we voting on just Heritage Kitchener, what Councillor Gazzola has brought forward? That's all, right?
No, the Councillor did that motion as amended because the amendment is carried.
Yeah. So no, I'm not in favor.
Okay, Councillor Chapman.
Opposed.
Councillor Ioannidis.
In favor.
Councillor Singh.
In favor.
Councillor Galloway-Seelock.
I'm in favor.
Councillor Michaud.
Opposed.
Councillor Gazzola. Sorry, your mic's not on, Councillor Gazzola. Your mic's not on, Councillor Gazzola.
I'm opposed.
Councillor Schneider.
In favor.
Councillor Davey.
In favor.
And myself is in favor as well, so that is carried. So we have approved a designation of the exterior parts as noted, and ongoing discussion with respect to the interior elements. Thank you to everyone for your active participation and engagement on this issue. We'll now move on to our next delegation, and that is with
Mr. Mayor, can we just have like a 3-minute break?
3-minute bio break? Sure, we can do that.
Hold on. No, stay on there. Madam Clerk? Hello, Madam Clerk?
Hi, Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, I'm just wondering with the next delegation, if you can let them in to make sure that she's not sure if she can get in.
Yes, I will in just a moment. Thank you.
We can ask council to turn your cameras back on when you're back, please. Okay, I think we'll get going, and Ms. Keel, welcome.
Thank you.
The floor is yours. And this is in regards to item 7B2, the Iron Horse Trail crossings and cycling spot fixes.
Am I the only one left? I heard there were others.
You're the only one for that item. There's people here for 2 other items.
Okay, that's great. So I'm here with regard to the safety concerns about removing the stop sign at Yonge Street and placing it on Aaron Street. And this is in regard to the cycling trails, I believe. And I am opposed to reversing those signs because, well, first of all, there was no consultation within our neighborhood about this happening. There is a lot of traffic coming from downtown, even now in a pandemic time, and it's quite hazardous because they're often speeding from the downtown area straight up Yonge Street so they can bypass onto Victoria and Margaret Avenue. They often don't even bother to stop at Aaron Street as it is, even though there is a stop sign there right now. The traffic will increase significantly once the pandemic eases, and when traffic gets back to normal, it will be even worse than it is now. And cars are actually traveling the wrong way sometimes to go back down Yonge Street, and it is a one-way street. So that's another serious issue. In addition, a big concern is there is a park right on that corner, Huebner Park, one of the oldest parks in Kitchener and the smallest, no doubt, with a name on it. And it's a children's park. There are a lot of children there every day. It's located right at this corner. A child was killed here a few years ago, very few feet from that intersection. Strangely enough, there are relatively few bikes who actually use this particular route. It is used, but relatively few. And cycling improvements near Margaret, Maynard, Aarons, and Young, which is where the cycling path is going to be, are not even going to be fully implemented until 2022 and possibly even 2023. So there's no need to implement this change right now. A four-way stop would be a better option given the issues with the traffic, and any final decisions for the stop signs at Young and Aaron Street today should be delayed until at least 2022. I'm not sure what the rationale for this really is, except to accommodate cyclists so they can speed across without having to stop. And they'll have to go uphill, so maybe that's the problem. Maybe they need to go uphill, it's easier, I don't know. But I'm concerned about the prevention of accidents and or the cause of more accidents, because this street's been in existence since, well, the 1800s actually, and there's never been a stop sign there. So what should we be doing about this? I'm not sure, but a neighbor in 2019 did request that an extra stop sign be put there at the park to save children and dogs and seniors, because we have lots of seniors in this area. And it was a reply from a transportation technologist at the time that they weren't going to be able to do anything until, quote unquote, the active transportation work is complete. Well, that's going to be 2022, 23. So that's 3-4 years away. And now we're getting a change without any kind of consultation. So to conclude, the proposed change should be put on hold and a four-way stop considered, because it'll protect children, protect the pedestrians, not just the residents here, but there are a large number of people who walk on their lunch breaks from our whole surrounding area in the civic area, on their lunch hours and on their breaks. It would protect dog walkers even. We have a lot of those. So a four-way stop would be a good option. So please put this on hold for this particular corner. Thank you very much. Oh, and I should add, I do have an addition. I have had at least 5 residents come to me since I found out about this today.
Okay, thank you.
They support it.
Wonderful. Thanks, Ms. Keel. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. So yeah, when Ms. Cool came forward to me today, and then she had outreach to some of her neighbors, then I started hearing from a bunch of neighbors. And so, you know, Ms. Cool, I just want to ask you for one clarification question, and then Mr. Mayor, I'll have a question of staff. So you're asking for a four-way stop to be installed at the corner of Young and Aaron's, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much for hanging in with us for all this time. It's been 4 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, my butt's getting sore.
Thanks a lot, Donna. But I have to ask a question, because I've always heard others pronounce it as Keel, and this is the first time I've heard someone else use a different pronunciation. Was Councillor Marsh correct?
I'm Keel.
Okay, it is Keel. Okay.
Yep.
I keep hearing, yeah, I'm working on it.
Okay. Wonderful. No worries. Thank you so much for coming in, and we'll deal with the item now. Councillor Marsh, you have a question of staff.
I do. So what I want to learn is what kind of consultation was done about reversing the stop signs? That's my first question. And the second question is, what would be the impact of putting in a deferral for this decision until after a traffic study can be done to see if a four-way stop is warranted at that corner after the COVID restrictions are lifted?
Mr. Cronkite.
Sure. Through the mayor, to the first question about the consultation, it was broad consultation that was conducted as part of the Cycling and Trails Master Plan and the Downtown Cycling Network. So it wasn't intersections specific per se. It was really about neighborhood bikeways and ensuring that neighborhood bikeways allow for cycling in a safe and convenient manner. So if you think about that intersection specifically, in order to cycle through that corridor, you do have to go uphill. You lose all your momentum at the base of the hill. It's a low volume, low speed intersection, so it makes sense to transition it so that it's easier for cyclists to meander up that hill. That was kind of the engagement component. And then in terms of delaying it to be able to conduct an always stop study, we can do that. We can definitely delay that reversal. What I would say though with an always stop is that if stop sign compliance is already an issue at the Yonge Street leg, it will that condition will be exacerbated with an always stop. So oftentimes what you have with an always stop, when you don't have sufficient volume, is you have a severe increase in stop sign compliance and the lack thereof. So we can definitely study it. We could delay that conversion, but I would be wary of putting in an always stop given the compliance issues that I know we'll have.
Yeah, I hear you, but I don't know that staff has been able to fully appreciate the specific demographics of that neighborhood. There are a lot of young kids who, especially during the pandemic, but I think anytime, because I know anytime pre-pandemic, there'd be a lot of kids who gravitate towards the little playground on Hibner Park, and there are kids who are crossing that intersection in different directions, and who and their parents are concerned about their safety. And so I don't know what the right treatment would be, if it would be some better form of a crosswalk or what have you. But I just would like to ask staff to revisit that intersection on behalf of the residents that I represent. So I don't know if I can just bring forward a deferral, Mr. Mayor, at the appropriate time.
You certainly could do that, Councillor Marsh, and refer it back to staff for additional work to be done. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, just a question for Barry. Obviously, hearing that you're concerned about, this always stops doesn't necessarily give the intended result. Okay, in cases it gives a false sense of security. In places I've noticed, where there's traffic issues, narrowing using the median, the delineators. Can that be addressed here as staff continue looking at a more other alternatives other than a stop sign? So that addresses more the immediate concern and giving some time to staff to review.
Through the mayor, I think that leaving it in its existing condition for the time being, it doesn't detract from any safety there. Like, I think the area is operating rather safely, and it is a very tight, constrained corridor on both Yonge Street and on Erin Street. So I don't know that we could fit the delineators in there to the way that we typically would. So I would rather leave I would rather leave everything as is and study it for an always stop, and then we could report back at that time. But I wouldn't make any interim changes, or I wouldn't recommend any interim changes.
So staff are comfortable with the proposed deferral and giving staff time to review, and still including this the always stop as a option.
Through the mayor, yes, that we're comfortable with that. I mean, studying the intersection for an all-way makes some sense. And ultimately, this is a decision that just delays something that we could do as part of the overall the downtown cycling network.
Thank you.
Councillor Ioannidis.
Okay, thanks, Member Banwick. So I just want to get this straight. So if we delay this project, for how long are we looking to delay this for?
Through the mayor, it would likely, this is an intersection that we would likely wish to study in September once school volumes and normal traffic is in play, rather than in the summer when people are on vacation and school is out. So in all likelihood, if we were to make this shift that we're talking about, we would do it in spring of 2022 rather than summer 2021.
So wouldn't it be prudent to just move on to the next section of intersection that would require such a certain PXO?
Through the mayor, we're not considering a PXO at this location. It's simply a reversion of the stop sign. So what we would be what is recommended in front of you is removing the stop sign from Yonge Street and placing it on Aaron's.
Oh, I see. I thought it was a PXO, and I'm looking at, okay. That's good, thanks.
Okay, Councillor Ioannidis, can you bring forward that item, please?
Yes, it's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Schneider that item 7B2 be approved along with the deferral.
Well, I think the
I mean with the deferral, with the rest of the items along with the deferral on that one item.
I think Councillor Marsh is bringing forward the deferral. You have to bring forward the recommendation from committee. So
okay,
that's been moved. Councillor Marsh, you have an amendment. You'd like to pull that one clause out and move deferral?
Yeah, and refer it to staff for further investigation to report back at the appropriate time before the end of this year. Does that work, Mr. Cronkite?
Yes, that timing will work.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, great. So I will deal with the deferral first. Actually, is there a seconder for the deferral? Councillor Schneider, thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And the balance of 7B2, all those in favor? Opposed? Councillor Gazzola, are you voting or not, or? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, our next delegation is Mike Kruto with respect to item 7C4, 239 Eden Oak Trail. Welcome, Mr. Kruto, and thank you for your patience.
No problem. I thank the city for working so hard. I see it now, how you guys have to manage all these little micro decisions all the time. And I just want to thank the city for doing that before I start my speech here.
It's very kind. Thank you.
So I'm just speaking to the opposition of 239 Eden Oak Trail. And I'm speaking on behalf of the Grand River South community. Hello, Mr. Mayor Vibranovich, city councilors, and members of the delegation and public. I want to use this delegation to once again bring crucial points to the councilors' attention. I really want to understand why the members of the public's points are not being heard in this matter. We were provided no solutions and no options. We were provided no working group. We provided data and statistics that showed the massive incompatibility of the proposed zoning changes of the land area. We gathered a large number of signatures for petitions, and we had an intense amount of community engagement through delegations. But in every single meeting after the delegations ended, none of our concerns were directly addressed or mitigated. I've decided to skip the fancy charts and the data since councilors can review them from our past 2 meetings and instead try to have an honest heart-to-heart with anyone making a decision tonight. The developer is very unclear about so many things. I am a civil engineer out of school and have since changed careers. But in my initial career, I was involved with architects' drawings, and the drawings presented to us are a constant surprise at every meeting. They are not telling us the full story, and all we want to know is how it is going to go up, not why it is going to go up. At the initial neighborhood engagement meeting, we weren't even allowed to talk. We had to type our questions, half of which were canned interview questions between the developer and the city planner. Formal PSIC meeting 1, we brought up parking, safety, transportation, all with data. Again, nothing was talked to the matter after the meeting, and the deferral was granted on an imminent sale that came through within minutes after the delegation. At PSIC meeting number 2, we were told there was now an at-grade parking garage under the structure, but still are told they are thinking of doing commercial, and the developer doesn't know much because it's what the client wants. But this item is about the R8 amendment. Yet the developer in its current plans has no formal binding to any conceptual drawing they present at these meetings. How is this a durable process for the community, city, and client? We brought up traffic and police incidents on Eden Oak and Fairway. Transportation planners talked about Fairway increasing in traffic and the street's ability to handle traffic for a matter of minutes. But the fact is, no traffic planning to date exists on Eden Oak. The street which these condos will literally exist and enter off of are the very area of concern. And the talk did not include the safety of our children or the fact that the school we were promised had moved and why. It takes over 1 hour and 30 minutes to get to the hospital by bus from this location, and takes 3 buses in 1 hour and 53 minutes to get to WRPS, Amazon, or Toyota. Over a lengthy amount of months, the city has still not been able to provide proof of notice that the 2016 amendment was given in the newspaper, regardless of the fact whether it is an acceptable media outlet for this time or age. How many city councilors noticed the article in the paper about 239 Eden Oak run about a week ago? If it's not front page news, it doesn't get read. Contacting just the owner of vacant land when there were people already living in this area, which was shown on pictures and staff reports produced by the City of Kitchener, is just not enough. We brought up construction concerns and the stage of our neighborhood being in a state of construction for over 5 years, and that's without stage 5 or the newly announced 239 Eden Oak, which was supposed to start before stage 5 years ago. We have tried to provide grounding to the city by saying that we are for attainable and affordable housing. Our community loves ADUs. The ADU idea, my kids sleep through the plane noise, and we understood that it was in our surrounding area. We are okay with that. We are okay with the previous townhome product that was mentioned when we purchased these houses. There will be heavy machinery drilling into the ground. There will be trucks blocking Eden Oak constantly. There will be so much traffic. We know because we live there. Grounds will again be disturbed and might cause premature failure on house foundations. Please do not bank on the fact that none of this is directly relatable to any specific event and that do not have to be held for any damage. We have no promise that R8 height will not further be amended through minor variances. We have nothing in writing, and like most developers, after all is said and done, they move on and are gone. There is a massive speculation risk for the buildings at 239 Eden Oak due to its proximity to the airport, Kitchener, Guelph, and Cambridge. Half of the building could become an Airbnb once things open up. We keep hearing that this is the last of the land in the area and that it is not the perfect reason to make sure that we have sustainability in place. There is no major grocery store within 5 kilometers. There is commercial going in at Fairway, but it's going to be small facilities. That's not a Zayers, Food Basics, Freshco. It's just not the same thing. All we're asking for here is just some respect and some clarity. We are asking that we not be left in the dark and then surprised when what we call our homes are a constant unsafe construction work zone. There are risks involved with 239 Eden Oak becoming higher than discussed at this meeting, as there is no one accountable for its imminent community loses, and it's imminent that the community loses. There are staff in support of the opposition because of risks mentioned in the previous delegations, and we ask that the city reject this amendment. We are prepared to go to LPAT to try and turn the land into something more sustainable, and we will be at your disposal should you choose to appeal with us. We have spent time away from our families and tried to work through these issues with the city and developer through many meetings. Please stick to the original zoning and your promise to this community and the people that live here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Krudel, for your
Thank you, Mayor Vobranovic.
Are there any questions? Councillor Chapman.
I have comments that should I save them for later?
Yeah, we're dealing with questions right now. Councillor Marsh.
I'll have questions with staff, actually. Thank you, Mr. Krudel, for coming in.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Thanks, Mr. Krudel. Okay, questions of staff. Councillor Marsh.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Dumark. So I just trying to understand, can you tell us when did the, when the notification was put in the paper? Was that before we did our development services review, or was that more recently?
Through the mayor, the newspaper notice was advertised 20 days in advance of the Plan and Strategic Initiatives Committee meeting. I believe what the applicant is referring to was the 2016 Committee of Adjustment decision, and that they weren't aware of that was in the newspaper. However, council may remember at the Plan and Strategic Initiatives Committee, a delegate actually had a copy of that notice and provided it as part of their slide, and it was in fact advertised in the record in 2016.
Mm-hmm. And so can you just speak to, like, it sounds like the delegate today, and then some of the delegates last time at the Planning and Strategic Initiatives meeting were really upset just about the process, and they were upset about how the city could do a lot better job of engagement. Can you tell us how we are going to work to address those concerns?
Through the mayor. So for this application specifically, staff responded to the public one-on-one. We provided the neighborhood information meeting. There was 2 public meetings in this meeting as well. So we did our duty in engaging the public, and we connected with them, and we heard their issues, and we responded to them. So in terms of moving forward and how we'll react to this, I mean, as we move forward in other applications, we offer small groups conversations as well. And there's obviously applications where there are working groups. However, in this case here, we had heard all their concerns and we addressed it, and the applicant responded to those concerns. And the building site was reduced in height, the number of units was decreased, and the access into the community was also, sorry, the 2 streets were removed and replaced with a pedestrian connections rather than vehicular connections. So we did hear their concerns. The applicant responded, and staff is satisfied with the revised development.
Okay, I see Mr. Reedman wants to chime in too, but I just have one more question just about if a committee of adjustment application were brought forward to increase the density or the height again, how would the neighbors be notified?
Through the mayor, so they would be circulated. Neighbors within 30 meters would be circulated. A notice sign would be posted in the front of the property, as well as it'd be advertised in the newspaper.
Okay, I feel like we need to do better on that. Like 30 meters is not a lot of space, but maybe Mr. Reedman, can you help address that as well?
Through the mayor, so there are a few changes that we are looking at through the development services review. So one is the type of sign that we're putting on the property, which is more graphic and less text-based. Looking at amending the circulation to a postcard as well that has more graphic information on that. There is still a requirement of the Planning Act to file a notice in the newspaper. That is a requirement of the Planning Act. And so I know that doesn't meet sort of contemporary expectations of the community, but that is a legal requirement under the Planning Act. And then we're also considering increasing the circulation on certain types of applications as a pilot to move forward.
When will that come back to us? Or is that going to be a staff decision, or will that, in terms of increasing the circulation radius, when will that, how and when will that be decided?
And so that was outlined in the staff report from Ms. Love that was brought forward. And so we are looking at doubling the circulation radius for certain types of applications. So the further you get away, the more exponentially the costs grow based on the number of properties captured in a larger radius. But we want to find that balance between notifying the appropriate amount of people nearby and finding that balance with cost.
What I'm trying to ask you is if it's coming before council to decide that or not.
Through the mayor, so that was previously in front of council as part of our development services review, and so one of the things I was looking at doubling the circulation radius on certain types of applications.
No, I remember that. I'm sorry. You're saying that it's under consideration, and did we decide that yes, we are going ahead with that pilot for sure? And
yeah, the plan is to move ahead with that pilot and then to report back at a later date.
Okay, so it will happen. It's not just under consideration. Okay, that's helpful. Sorry, Ms. Bustamante, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, go ahead, Ms. Bustamante.
Thank you. Through the mayor, I just wanted to confirm that we are planning to roll that out later this year in 2021, Councillor Marsh. So just to give you some assurances that there are some technicalities behind the scenes in terms of the mail out and the postage and some administrative tasks, but we do expect that to start later this year. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Those are all the questions I have.
Councillor Schneider.
Thank you, Mayor Vivanovic. Craig, just to confirm, what's the maximum number of stories that can be built at 239 Eden Oak?
Through the mayor, the staff recommendation is a maximum cap of 18 meters in height, which would allow up to 5 stories.
Okay, and again, the first story would actually be parking. Is that correct?
That is correct. So the first story along Fairway would be screened with 1-story townhouses, and then it would be parking within the first floor of the apartment style buildings.
Okay, and when I just want to be clear on this with the changes to 239 Eden Oak. The change was prompted by the desire to transfer some of the number of units from phase 5, the back unit, to the 239 Eden Oak facing Fairway Road.
That is correct.
And the original plan for phase 5, could you just describe that again? Like there were like apartment buildings allowed back there at that time?
That is correct. So stage 5 of the draft plan of subdivision, which is 30T10-202, had a proposal for multiple dwellings and one cul-de-sac for single detached dwellings. And essentially that application was to transfer the density from that stage of the subdivision to block 214, which is 239 Eden Oak Trail, which essentially increased the density by 100 units. So we lost 103 units in stage 5, and those units were then transferred to 239 Eden Oak Trail.
Okay, and did the overall number of units change at all?
No, it did not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so Councillor Singh, if I can ask you to bring this item forward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This item is moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Marsh for council to adopt.
Okay. Any discussion, Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, I won't support the motion, even though I think having more townhouse developments is really important. But I think the reason I can't support it is, and I presume none of this has changed, or it would be in the report before us today. First of all, there was no clarity on, the number of bedrooms in the units that were being built, whether they were for families, 3-bedroom units or 1 or 2-bedroom units. There seemed to be no interest on the part of the developer to include affordable housing units. We also just passed the Transformer Region strategy, and there's no interest in including environmental sustainability features. And the traffic, I believe, is of great concern both to the residents and to the community surrounding this area in general. So I won't be supporting it, but I just wanted to make it clear why I'm not.
Thank you, Councillor Chapman. So all those in favor? Okay, I need to see hands. All those in favor? All those opposed? That's carried. Thank you. We'll now move on to item, sorry, we have one more delegation, and that would be Ms. Isabella Stefanescu, who's here with respect to Globe Studios. Is Ms. Stefanescu still here? There she is. There we go. Welcome, Ms. Stefanescu. Isabella, are you there? Ms. Stefanescu, are you there? Madam Clerk, do you have any insight what the issue might be?
I don't believe she's on the call any longer. I think this might be an artifact from earlier, and I don't know that she's currently there anymore.
Yeah, because I keep trying to promote her to panelist. Oh, she's gone now from there. Okay.
We might give her a minute to see if she shows up on the other side, but otherwise I think.
Okay, well, we'll come back to her if she does. In the meantime, we'll keep things moving along here. We've dealt with Heritage Kitchener. So Councillor Ioannidis, if you can bring forward the balance of the Community Infrastructure Services report, please.
It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Schneiders that we adopt item 7B1, 7B3.
Okay, thank you. Any questions or comments? Okay, if not, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. We'll move on to planning. I do note that Ms. Robson is here and may be able to, if we don't get Ms. Stefanescu back, may be able to provide some insight on that issue. So I'll come back to that momentarily, but Councillor Singh, if you can bring forward the balance of the planning and strategic initiatives report, please.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Balance of the reports under the Planning and Strategic Initiatives Committee are brought forward to Council to be adopted. Thank you.
Okay, moved by yourself and seconded by
Councilor Marsh.
Thank you. Any questions, comments? If not, all those in favor? Any opposed? That is carried as well. I think at this point, maybe I'll ask Ms. Robson if you can just give us any insight.
Yes, through the mayor. Isabella Stefanescu from Globe Studios was planning to delegate to you today. She shared her presentation with our Arts and Culture Advisory Committee a couple of weeks ago, so I have some sense of what she was hoping to share with you today. Primarily, she was wanting to express the thanks for
So she's back.
Globe Studios. Oh, there she is. Great.
Go.
Hello, good evening.
Good evening. Welcome, Ms. Stefanescu.
It's been a long and fascinating evening. So I'm here for Globe Studios. I think there's a presentation that Sarah has, Sarah Goldberg has, that she can perhaps put on the screen. And I'm glad to know that I'm the last delegation. So, and you'll be glad to know that you won't have to take any decisions on my presentation tonight. So I want to talk about Globe Studios. Next slide, please. So Globe Studios is located at 141 Whitney Place in Kitchener, on Block 3 of the Haldimand Tract, on the traditional territory of the Neutral and Anishinaabe people. Block 3 is part of the 6 miles on each side of the Grand River that was ceded by the chief of the Mississauga of the Credit and was granted to the Haudenosaunee of the Six Nations by the Haldimand Proclamation of 1784. Today, this land is home to many First Nations and Métis people, and acknowledging them reminds us of our important connections and obligation to the First People and to this land where we live, work, and learn. Next slide, please. Globe Studios is an arts and culture hub. It's a mandate-driven organization governed by a volunteer board of directors. The mission of Globe Studios is to provide safe, suitable, and affordable working spaces for artists and arts organizations of all disciplines. Globe Studios, to go in for a little bit more history tonight, was founded in 1988 by a group of 8 artists emerging from the University of Waterloo Fine Arts program in the old Globe Furniture Factory in Uptown Waterloo. In its first 5 years, Globe Studios grew to have working spaces for 24 artists, but was obliged to relocate 3 times within the same complex of buildings until 1933, when the old factory was condemned. So we're looking at this property here. And the Homeless Globe Studio Artists Collective incorporated as a not-for-profit in November of 1993. And in 1994, we moved to Kitchener. We moved to this building that we've already seen tonight, which was a Berlin hardwood company. We rented, we demised 15 studios and we rented a whole floor right here. We provided working spaces for 29 artists and 2 arts organizations. But in 1999, in a classic example of gentrification, 72 Victoria Street South was sold to a developer and Globe Studios found itself homeless again. Fortunately, J.M. Drama stepped forward and volunteered to provide temporary space for Globe Studios for the rest of 1999 in the former land registry building on Frederick Street, which was being at the time developed into the Registry Theatre. After having poured a lot of sweat equity in improving several locations, and after repeated displacement, the artists at Globe Studios decided that they were going to disband unless they could make sure that their work would not go to waste. That is, that their next phase would be in a building that they actually owned. So in 2000, in partnership with City Works Management, Globe Studios decided to buy 50% of the former Bonnie Stewart Children's Shoe Factory at 141 Whitney Place in Kitchener. However, in late 1999, as we're going through this deal, no bank and no credit union was willing to underwrite a Globe Studios mortgage. We were a homeless and penniless artists organization. So that September in 1999, I found myself in this very chamber in front of council, asking the city of Kitchener for support. Council decided, and you remember that, Mayor Banovic, Council decided to help our organization establish a permanent home in the city of Kitchener by providing a grant of $37,500 for our share of the down payment, a loan of $75,000 at 6% over 10 years, and an interest-free loan of $20,000 for demising the open factory space. On January 11th, 2020, Globe Studios became the proud owner of half a small factory. I'm also very proud to tell you that the loans from the city of Kitchener were paid in full, interest and principal. And I believe we're the only organization that did not come before council to ask for the loan forgiveness. Next slide, please. So in the next 20 years, the region of Waterloo was the site of an economic boom. At Globe Studios, we created 29 spaces for 34 artists, an art supply store, 3 arts organizations, and these images are just a taste what you would see if you walk down our halls and you open the doors right and left. But our organization provides much more than workspaces. Globe Studio is an arts and cultural creative hub, a synergetic community for artists and arts organizations, a place where artists prepare exhibitions, installations, and offer workshops, classes, and mentorships. A place where arts organizations produce festivals, concerts, plays, interdisciplinary performances, symposia, talks, and networking events. Globe Studios organizes tours for schools and community groups, and we welcome the public at large twice a year for an open house and an exhibition of invited artists from the Waterloo region. So our waiting list for studios at Globe kept growing as more and more artist spaces disappeared from the rest of the community. Due to COVID-19 related restrictions on March 16, 2020, Globe Studios had to close its doors to the general public. The resident artists had access to their individual spaces, but we had to cancel in-person meetings, classes, workshops. Our last 3 open houses had to be canceled, all of which contributed to hardships suffered by artists due to the pandemic.
Isabella, wrapping up, please.
Yes, nevertheless, the waiting list for working spaces at Globe Studios kept growing. So responding to this demand, on December 1st, 2020, Globe Studios bought the other half of Whitney Place. Next slide, please. So we could not have done this without you. Without the faith council had in our organization in 1999, we could not have bought the entire building with the proud owners of 21,000 square feet of artistic space. However, we're not out of the woods yet. Between 2016 and 2019, the assessed value of our building doubled and our taxes doubled. We barely managed to weather the crisis. We had to increase rents by 14%. Another dramatic tax increase looms over us. We used to be gentrified of our spaces. Now our taxes threaten to make our spaces unaffordable. So we applied for a tax rebate to the city of Kitchener, equivalent to the occupancy tax, but our application was rejected. The region of Waterloo explicitly excludes artist studios from being eligible for an occupancy tax rebate. So on August 10th, I will be going to the region of Waterloo Council to talk about this matter. And I will probably be back in front of this council to see this matter ahead. Meanwhile, I just want to say that, next slide, please.
Isabella, if you can really wrap up, I've given
Yes.
you lots of extra
This is
time.
the last thing. I want to say that according to Make It Kitchener, I hope that Globe Studios and the city will support, develop, and boost the local artistic talent by continuing to advance affordable creative spaces like ours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Isabella, and thank you for your patience this evening. There are some questions, but before I take them, we're almost there, folks, but we're going to need a motion to waive to go past midnight. Councillor Marsh, seconded by someone. Councillor Chapman. We're almost there. Let's get her done. All those in favor? Just not seeing some hands. Councillor Schneider, are you in favor or opposed? So you want, that means we're gonna have to suspend and come back.
I think we're pretty exhausted. If we can speed this up, if we can say 12:15, fine, but
I'm trying
this
to
is
move things
crazy.
along as quickly as possible.
Well, this is crazy. We're exhausted. We're not going to make good decisions. So,
Councillor Gazzola?
I agree with Councillor Schneider.
Your mic's not on.
I've lost all interest. Go whatever you want.
Well, folks, listen, we have a delegation here that we have to hear from. And if not, then we will come back and I will call a special council meeting because we still have things to finish off.
okay, I'll go. I'm done at 12:15. Done.
Okay. Councillor Gazzola?
I'm here. I'm here all
Okay.
night. I have to go to church at 9 in the morning.
Okay, thank you.
Otherwise, I'm here.
Councillor Chapman?
Yeah, I just wanted, thank you so much, Isabella, for coming in. But I wanted to ask staff if there are any tools or options that are available to support property tax relief for Globe Studios.
Yes, there are. These kind of things have happened in the cities, specifically Toronto. And in Toronto, the city actually created a special assessment subclass for arts and cultural creative hubs like ours. And it is something that has to go to another level of government, from the region in this case, to the province, to approve it for the tax subclass for the region of Waterloo and Kitchener in particular. Because right now the subclass exists, but it applies solely to Toronto. Another way to do it is actually to include artist studios and organizations like ours in the tax rebate for the former occupancy tax. So before 1998, our organization did not pay the occupancy tax, and courtesy of the Mike Harris government, afterwards we had to. It was not until this dramatic increase that we actually applied for a rebate. We were denied because specifically the region rules out artist studios from the rebate. Also because the organization does not occupy its building. So that is, even though we use the building to fulfill our mandate, we actually are not in the building itself. I don't see this as a problem because it's actually parallel to affordable housing, where an affordable housing organization does not occupy the affordable housing building, but in this case, the people who have made decisions adhere to the existing rules.
Thanks, Isabella. Mr. Lautenbach, did you want to add something briefly?
Yeah, so through the mayor to Councillor Chapman, there is a charitable rebate program, which there was an application received based on Globe Studios' status as an entity and the fact that they are considered commercial in terms of their tenant relationship that they have and are not occupying the space. The policy doesn't allow for them to get that rebate at this point. So it would be a regional issue. And my understanding is that Isabella is planning to go to regional council to talk about the issue and the policy. And then the tax class that was mentioned is something that City of Toronto has looked at. And again, it would be a regional issue if some type of subclass was introduced. And so it's not at our jurisdiction, but it would be a regional issue that would have to be considered.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thanks, Ms. Stefanescu, for coming in this evening on this issue, and we'll look for it at the region. Okay, any unfinished business? New business. Councillor Singh, you have a motion in front of us.
Thank you,
Member Banovic,
Yes.
did you skip questions and answers?
It's not on my cheat sheet, sorry. There's unfinished business and then it's new business. Questions and answers follows after new business, Councillor.
Okay, thank you.
So, Councillor Singh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The motion as written is before us. I would have liked to have spoken about this. Unfortunately, we are at a time as we are. And this is the issue of prolonging the meetings and sometimes not being more careful as we move the meeting along, that other good work sometimes doesn't get the necessary time and attention that it deserves. This is something that should have got our greater attention. It should have had that extra time for us to be able to reflect on the good advocacy that's being put forward, on the private member bill that's being brought forward, that needs our encouragement, that needs to be shed more light on a major issue in a community, the dangers of this hate that can boil up and cause the level of atrocity that's happened in London. This is serious, this is dangerous, and this is sad. And I think the advocacy, as the motion outlines, to ban out hateful artifacts, I think we need to, as a community, speak up for this and root out evil and hateful artifacts or insignia or whatever it may be is absolutely it's disgusting, and I think hopefully there would be unanimous support by council. And in exhaustion, I'm trying to find words to speak on this, but I can't. I think this is the right thing to do, and hopefully we will support it. And this is something that will be passed to the federal government as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh. Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Ioannidis, thank you. I have three speakers, Councillor Ioannidis, Marsh, and Davey.
Thank you, Member Banovic, and thank you to Councillor Singh for bringing this motion forward. It is a very, very important statement for us to be making, and it is disgusting what is happening out there, and I wholeheartedly support this, and hopefully some actions will be taken.
Thank you, Councillor Marsh.
I'd like to call the question. I think it's a wonderful idea. Let's just do it.
Okay. Trying to remember calling it to question. Do I need to vote on that first? Madam Clerk, remind me. Or do I just go directly to the vote?
Excuse me, allow me 1 second, Mr. Mayor. I'll just double check that for you. I think you're permitted to just go directly to the vote.
Okay, so it's been called to question. It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor? Any opposed? That's carried unanimously. Okay, Councillor Ioannidis.
Thank you, Mayor Verbanovic. I won't go on too much about this, but I think it's an important aspect that we need to look at, and the reasons for it being that, you know, higher construction costs are creating higher selling prices. It's also creating a lot of confusion on what needs to be done and where organizations need to go. In fact, it's stopping construction, and it's making it unpredictable, and it's creating massive scheduling delays. And it's also causing a lot of undue friction from suppliers to builders to customers. And these shortages caused by the pandemic has also exaggerated the housing and construction materials lacking supply, but also it's creating a premature rising inflationary costs. And so with that, the construction industry, in particular to the housing, needs stability. We are experiencing ever increasing demand for housing at a time when housing in general is in crisis. Affordability is at stake for all residents. This issue needs to be taken and looked at very seriously, and help is needed to alleviate some of the volatility in the market. I'm not an economist, but to know that these are significant rising costs on construction materials is detriment to the construction industry as a whole, and certainly it doesn't help us with our affordable housing issue crisis.
Thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. Is there a seconder for that motion?
Councillor Singh.
Okay, thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Chapman.
Yeah, I just have a question for Councillor Ioannidis. What sort of thing do you think the provincial or federal government could do to address this? I mean, if every time the price goes up and we jump, I mean, I don't think we have price controls of this sort.
Yeah, they can do control. They can. I'm sure there's some price gouging that's going on and everything else. They can definitely do some action.
Okay.
Any other comments? All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Okay, questions and answers. Councillor Ioannidis, you had a question?
Yeah, just wanted to talk about what happened on the May 2-4 weekend with regards to fireworks and everything else. And I'm just wondering if staff have done anything to help prevent that coming up in a week's time, to have this constant fireworks go on for 4 to 5 days straight. I hate to be the bummer of all this, but I understand it's upsetting a lot of people, and it's hurting other individuals, in particular pets as well.
Mr. May?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So I do know that staff have begun to ramp up public communications to encourage residents to follow the bylaw. And as is always the case, when we get a call about someone not following the bylaw, we respond and investigate and lay a charge if it's warranted.
Okay. If we see certain issues happening again this July weekend, I suspect a lot of the issue is because of the pandemic, but I would like to be able to look at this if it continues moving forward, if we have issues.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ioannidis. So we will move then into first and second reading of the bylaws. Do I have someone to move the bylaws? Moved by Councillor Chapman, seconded by Councillor Marsh, all those in favor? Oh, sorry, Madam Clerk, is there any extra bylaws?
There are, Mr. Mayor, excuse me, there are 5 bylaws associated with PSIC items 7, sorry, I just have to find my spot here. PSIC items 7, C4, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Okay, thank you. So with those additions, all those in favor? Opposed, that's carried. It's been moved by Councillor Schneider that committee resolve itself into committee of the whole. All those in favor? Opposed, that's carried. Councillor Schneider.
Okay, can I have a mover for the tenders, please? Moved by Councillor Ioannidis. Any questions? Comments? Okay, all in favor of the tenders? Opposed? Okay, great.
I'll move the digital Main Street funding.
Okay, any comments, questions? All in favor? Okay. Mover for the Middle Strasbourg trunk sanitary sewer budget, Councillor Galloway Seelock. Questions? All in favor? Great. For the nominating committee reappointments for 2020-22, Councillor Marsh.
Yeah, just a quick question of staff. If we approve this as it is, would it prevent us from amending it later? If, for example, our new equity and inclusion office were wanting to, equity, anti-racism and inclusion office, if we wanted to add a clause that would allow us to have more metrics for guiding the decisions about who our volunteers are, can we do that later or do we do that now?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I think Councillor Marsh that council can at any time amend the terms for the nominating committee and any of the advisory committees in the terms of reference. So we can always have council bring that back at a later time.
Okay, thanks. So I'll move it. I'd like to move it.
Okay, all in favor? And opposed? Okay, that carries.
Move the committee rising report.
Oh, so we have the 2021 business plan, June progress report.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, can you move her on that one? Councillor Ioannidis, all in favor? Opposed? Okay, that carries. Great. And the okay.
Move that the committee rising report.
Move the committee rising report. It's okay. It's been moved by myself and seconded by Councillor Davey that the proceedings and the recorded pecuniary interests and conflicts taken in the meeting of the committee of the whole held this date as attached hereto and forming part of these minutes be and the same are and are hereby adopted and confirmed.
All in favor? Opposed? That is carried. Motion for third reading of the bylaws. Councillor Marsh, Councillor Galloway Seelock, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. And motion to adjourn. Councillor Michaud, all those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much, everyone. We did it in only 1 minute longer. Thanks for your indulgence and happy summer break.
Yeah.
Well deserved.